All right. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. I know we have a global audience. I want to make sure I cover all my bases. I hope you guys are all doing well on this Friday. Thank you all for joining in for the demo day. This is our 11th demo day with Circuit Stream. I will be your host this year. My name is Mondae Atughonu. I am a Circuit Stream alumni myself and also a student ambassador for Circuit Stream. So very excited to be able to be on the other side of the camera for a change. I've been a demo day participant, excited to lead this one, and really excited to see what these projects are this year. You know, demo day keeps getting bigger and better, which I'll go into as we jump into our presentation today. And I know the presentations that we have and what the learners have been working on will really showcase that. But before we get started, I wanted to do a round robin. So for all of our joiners who are joining virtually through YouTube Live or LinkedIn or Facebook, if you want to throw in the chat where you all are joining from, we would love to see where everybody's coming from. All right, I see greetings from Cali, Colombia. What else? Steph is joining from Calgary. Hey, Steph, great to see you. Abu Dhabi, okay. Great to see you again, Kim. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Montreal, New York, an East Coast person. So, hey, good afternoon to the East Coast. Great. All right. Well, thank you all for participating. We are looking at 20 participants. So, definitely as we're going through, I will stay engaged in the chat, and so will the rest of the Circuit Stream community. And we definitely want you all to feel part of the demo day yourself. So if you have any questions as we're going through the presentations, additional comments that you want to throw in, as we engage with the demo day participants, we'll make sure that we throw those in as well. And just real quick before we jump in, I just want to do a quick AV check real quick. So if you're able to hear me, see me, if there's no crazy feedback, if you could either type a thumbs up or throw a thumbs up emoji in the chat, just so I know everything's coming through clear on your end. All right, we got AWE. Again, just a quick AV check. If you're able to hear me okay, if you just throw a thumbs up. Boom, boom, boom. All right, I think we are green light, good to go. Okay. So Demo Day 2.0. So like I was saying, Demo Day has always been a very big event for Circuit Stream, but as we continue to grow as a Circuit Stream community and as a Circuit Stream platform for AR and VR, we wanted to make sure that Demo Day grew with us. So we have a lot of new things in store for you. The first one being that Demo Day is bigger. Typically it would involve one cohort. So we would have a Demo Day for XR design and another one for XR dev. This time it encompasses everything. So you guys in the audience are going to get the taste of both worlds. You're going to see a lot of great new design projects as well as some XR dev projects and then everything in between. We are also going to have an industry panel for you all. So as I go through the agenda, you'll be able to see that we will start off with the learner demos this morning, early afternoon, early evening for some of you all. We're going to take a quick break and then we'll come back with the second half of Demo Day, which will be the industry panel. And that will be led by Steph and myself, part of the Circuit Stream leaders. The other part of it is we wanted to really just make it emphasize that this is a large event. So again, we're going to stay engaged with you all. Throw your comments in the chat. I can already see that the chat is going crazy. We have a lot of friendships going, people who are reconnecting with old friends, making new friends. So just keep it going throughout the Demo Day event. So the schedule for today, really just so everybody has awareness in case you do have to jump off, but you want to know when to come back to participate in some of these other events. So the learner demonstrations, and again, this is in Pacific time, are going to start at 10 o'clock and go all the way until 12:30. At 12:30-ish, we're going to take a break for about an hour so you guys can go get lunch, take a bio break, whatever you need to do. And then just make sure to come back around 1:30 for that industry panel. Again, we have different industry representatives from the AR, VR community, as well as some of industry panelists are from the gaming community. So this is a great way excuse me, a great word for anybody, wherever you are in your journey. So if you want to ask questions about how to, land your first job in AR and VR, or learn about different companies, or really just a way to showcase your portfolio. I know that was the biggest question for me, is like, once you have your portfolio and you're working on these projects, whether they're big projects or weekend warrior projects, like, how do you get your portfolio seen? So this industry panel is going to be the great way for you all to engage with those industry leaders, network, and connect. So for the learner demo portion, we're going to start with about a 10-minute introduction. I'm just going to give a brief overview of Circuit Stream for anybody who's new to the stream and you're here to figure out, well, what is Circuit Stream, this great platform that I've been hearing about. From there, we're going to do learner projects. All of the learner projects are going to start off with the project demonstration. So whether it's a video or the participant themselves are going to do a voiceover, and then we're going to have follow-up. So again, that's your opportunity to engage through chat. We have a guest speaker who's going to be also engaging and providing feedback, and really just learning more about the project process, elaborating on project details, and really asking any questions that you might have about the project itself. And then we're going to have a quick wrap up. So in that wrap up, we're going to talk about the 2 courses that are showcased today, as well as our XR design bootcamp that we just started in April, I believe, and really just giving you all the knowledge that you need to get involved with Circuit Stream, depending on wherever you're at in your AR, VR, XR journey. So who are we? So like I said, my name is Mondae Atughonu. I'll be your host today. I am also a student ambassador for Circuit Stream. Really, when we say student ambassador, I work in conjunction with the Circuit Stream instructors and also like the engagement team and the people team, just to make sure that we're covering all of our bases and providing, the best support that we can for Circuit Stream learners, alumni, and potential learners. My background is not in AR, VR, so I am a great advocate for this program, because when I started it, I didn't know what AR and VR was. It was something that I was interested in. I always liked playing games. I had an Oculus headset. I like to think I was a champ at Beat Saber. And Circuit Stream really just provided the platform for me to finally know, like, what is this thing? So my background is actually in business strategy and innovation. I held jobs as an ops manager and as a process improvement manager. And a fun fact about me is I actually started off as a food chemist. So I was a professional sugar scientist for a company called Cargill. I wish I could say it was the same thing like working in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, but it wasn't. Sugar is very hot and hard to manipulate, but it was a great start to my professional career. The other student ambassador, so her name is Diana Olenek, and you guys will be seeing her a lot more on the chat side. So she is going to be looking at the YouTube live chat, engaging with you all who are participating virtually. She is also a student ambassador. She is an XR designer and a founder of the M4 method. If you guys ever look her up, her design skills are like immaculate. Like the things that she can design and her art aesthetic is just incredible. And an interesting fact about her is she is an engineer with 200 RYT registered yoga teacher. So again, very well-rounded. But if you ever want any kind of design ideas or really learning how she started off her company, the M4 method, or really just breaking into the XR industry, Diana is a great resource to keep in your back pocket. And our guest speaker today, so his name is Mohammad Sayar. He is a senior XR product designer and a design manager. He has 16 years of experience in the creative design industry. And some of his recent work experience is he was the head of design UI for Bally's. He was the design lead at Shapes XR. And currently he's a senior product designer at Gravity Sketch. Interesting facts about him is he is a dog and pizza person. I think most of us are. He's a movie buff and he loves technology. So again, we'll be able to engage with Mo throughout the demo day participants. He'll be the guest speaker, definitely providing feedback to the demo day participants themselves. And if you stick around for the industry panel, he might be able to jump in as there to answer any questions that you might have specifically for him. So the big questions. So who is Circuit Stream? What is Circuit Stream? So Circuit Stream was founded in 2015. And really, it was found on the basis when a gap was noticed in the educational world regarding training of individuals and organizations that were looking to build AR and VR platforms and applications. So started off, identified the need. I think most of us could say like the metaverse is taking over. I think it started off as a joke and now it's real. And so Circuit Stream really came in, at the right place at the right time for a ton of individuals to provide that training and understanding. So since 2015, we're proud to state that we've taught over 40,000 people how to create and manage these AR and VR experiences. And Circuit Stream is a Unity certified training and channel partner. So these partners are approved based on their expertise, focus on quality education, and commitment to providing the highest level of training available. And Unity actually covers 60% of the AR and VR market. So again, with Circuit Stream being a highly regarded platform, being able to outreach to multiple people that may not have any experience to having years of experience in the tech industry, AR and VR industry, it's really covering a lot of bases, and having it on your resume and going through these platforms is a great up. So these are some of the certifications that that Circuit Stream holds with Unity. So we have certified expert programmer certifications, certified professional programmer certifications, and we are also a Unity certified training partner. So again, with Unity covering 60% of the market, it's great that Circuit Stream has these certifications already established and then can provide the services that they need to their learners. So meet our team. So like I said at the very beginning, the joking about saying hello to all the different time zones is because Circuit Stream is a global community. So whether it's our learner community or instructor community, we are global. So I won't go through all those different areas that we have people, but you can see we have some in the United States, some in South America. We have our team as in Africa, as in Europe, as in Asia. So really providing those services worldwide. So wherever you're joining in virtually, even some of our participants, like you don't have to be in the United States or Canada or South America. If you're interested in it, Circuit Stream definitely has somebody that close enough to you, and we are worldwide. And these are some of the businesses that we've partnered with in the past. So again, I won't go through all of them, but I'm sure all of us here could probably pick out like 1, 2, 5, 10, all of these organizations. So knowing that Circuit Stream has worked with them to build AR and VR platforms and training and just everything in between, going through Circuit Stream and working with Circuit Stream almost leverages you to have the knowledge to go and work for these companies if that's what you're looking for. And then our alumni go forth and work for some of these companies. And Circuit Stream alumni, I could say it because I am one, we're great. We're always looking to join on new projects and help people on their XR and VR path. So the 2 courses that we're going to showcase today are the XR development with Unity. I will go into more details about these courses after we do our learner presentations, but the XR development with Unity, just for general knowledge, is a 10-week course right at around 80 hours. And really this course provides you with the skill set to start building like XR applications with Unity. We also talk about, 2D, 3D applications, and also C# scripting. So you'll get an introduction to kind of how to build within Unity, but also start with your C# programming to make it function. I love this course. It was the first course that I took. And like I was saying, I started off knowing absolutely nothing. And it was like 4 weeks later, all of a sudden I was making games, and like, it was mind blowing to me to know that I was making games that soon. So that's definitely a good course. We've adapted it to any level. So it starts off with the basics and the fundamentals and builds into it. So again, if you're coming in with absolutely no knowledge like me, you'll still be able to gain a lot of knowledge by the end of that experience. The next class is the interaction design and prototyping for XR. Again, this one is a 10-week course, 80 hours. And this course is a little bit different because instead of focusing on functionality, it focuses on the how. So you're going to look at a lot more of like the design elements, model design, aesthetic design, a lot less focus on the scripting and the programming side of things. So if programming is not your forte, or if you're not really interested in programming, you could always do the interaction design, and that's going to teach you how to do a lot of the modeling and building those visually appealing experiences. I haven't taken this course yet. It is on my bucket list to take it. But again, I usually work with Diana, the other student ambassador, if I have any kind of design elements, because her aesthetic is just amazing. And then our Circuit Stream partners. So Circuit Stream is a powered partner with all of these universities, and this is part of our global cohort model. It's an innovative learning environment where learners join a community of diverse people from all over the world and from a wide range of professionals and educational institutions. So again, let's do a quick shout out. If you are joining and you are a member of one of these universities, if you just want to throw your alma mater in the chat and just give it a shout out. And then some of our participants are also joining from some of these universities as well. So we collaborate in ways that emulate how many companies operate across borders and teams. So we encourage students to take advantage and meet other learners from different schools and locations around the world. I see the U of T shout out for Miji. So yes, so as you come through, whatever university that you're coming from that Circuit Stream has the honor of partnering with, you're going to have the opportunity to collaborate. I think that's probably like the biggest thing that I've really enjoyed about Circuit Stream is whether you're an active learner or alumni, that collaboration and group project work is always available. So now we will jump into the learner presentations. So first up, we have Donovan Cerminara. So Donovan, I will add you to the stream now. All right, how are you doing, Donovan?
Doing well, Mondae. Thanks for having me.
Of course. All right, so Donovan, his project was Max Crisis, which is his first game. It's intended to be a homage to the classic sci-fi cyberpunk movies and stories. This book's I'm going to mess up the name. Is it Paul Verhoeven, Central among them?
Yeah.
Okay. As well as definitive cover and light gun shooter games, Time Crisis and Max Payne. He decided to try his hand at the prologue VR cutscene for Max Crisis, and it's a pleasure to share it with all of you. If any of you want to stay in contact with Donovan, we have his LinkedIn as well as his Gmail on the screen if you want to take those down. And he was able to complete this project with the help of Circuit Stream instructors Dustin and Nakisa, as well as Usman, Mitchell, and Levester. So I will start your presentation now.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Donovan Cerminara, actor, filmmaker, and now VR game developer. I'd like to share my progress on my first VR game, working title Max Crisis, Time Pain. As the title suggests, I wanted to make a mashup of a VR game, a no-locomotion room-scale covert shooter with elements of action filmmaking and gameplay inspired by such titles as Time Crisis, Max Payne, Perfect Dark, and the Call of Duty Modern Warfare series, as well as classic films like Starship Troopers, RoboCop, Total Recall, and Blade Runner. What most interests me about this concept is both freeing the player from input-based locomotion, thus solving some of the concerns of VR motion sickness, as well as enforcing immersion by demanding physical movement from the player, whether leaning from side to side or crouching behind cover. What takes this concept over the top for me is the promise of VR cutscenes with the potential for VR QuickTime events, requiring VR interactivity during a cinematic sequence that has consequences for the player. Without further ado, I'd like to present a prototype of an intro cutscene for Max Crisis. Imagine the potential for a QuickTime event at this moment. Grab the guardrail, grab your partner's hand, and both of you survive. These binary moments could serve as transitions between main levels to continue to add that action movie element. I've been a part of a lot of action movie sequences in my career. I'm really looking forward to transporting players into stylized action to make movies that you can play. And this is only the beginning.
Very cool.
Yeah. So halfway through there, I forgot that this was like a game. I thought it was just like a movie. I was completely tuned in, and it looks like, from the chat, I'll throw up some of the messages that we see as well. So Kim V saying love it. Louise Edwards, super cool.
Thanks, everybody. Very cool.
Yeah, really cool. So I will invite our guest speaker, Mo, to the stage now to provide some feedback.
Right on.
Hey,
Hello.
Mo, how are you doing?
I'm all right. I'm enjoying these little experiments, little games. Well done, Donovan. I think it's fair to say that you have enjoyed building it, because
Absolutely.
I could tell that you've enjoyed doing this project, and that's, I think, really important aspect of starting a new era. Challenging, like facing the technology challenges, is not easy. So having fun is definitely a good part to look for. I love the idea. I really enjoyed the visual effects. On the other side, I've noticed a few FPS drops, a little frame drops. As you start adding more visuals and more kind of particles and effects, it makes sense to be careful of performance, not having any performance issue. I like the idea of getting away from input-based locomotion. That reminds me of Super Hot, which is one of the most successful games out there. It doesn't require you to follow any type of locomotion, therefore minimum chance for any motion sickness. I'm personally very prone to motion sickness, so that was something that I would enjoy. Although I haven't quite understand, because I've noticed a few camera movements from the actual player perspective. Is it part of the cutscene, or is it part of the actual game mechanic?
Well, the main mechanic I would attribute to an homage to Time Crisis and other light gun games, where previously you'd use a pedal to pop in and out of cover. But VR with 6 degrees of freedom allow us to provide that movement, either lateral or vertical, and you create pieces of cover to then pop out from it. The last sequence with the partner and us fighting the giant robots in the street, that was trying to communicate leaning around. Your partner's a cover in this example, but that's the idea. I'm immersed when I move. The Quest brought me into VR. So something that doesn't need sticks, but still keeps me engaged, like pistol whips requirements for dodging and everything else. Yeah.
That's great. That's great. I was wondering, have you done any usability study with the actual prototype?
Not yet. Pretty early on. I got to admit, swerving towards cinematic is I felt I wanted to share a new idea with you rather than the mechanics. Look at how my guns fire. I thought this is neat. Let's share this idea. So rough. I agree. There's lots of frame loss with this, the fracturing asteroid, fracturing buildings.
No, it's awesome. It's awesome. Yeah. I know that for the fact that you've managed to build this in short amount of time without no resources. It's just mainly one-man job. Obviously, you've received support from the Second Stream team, but it's still a big achievement. So well done.
Thank you, Mo. Thank you, Second Stream.
Absolutely. So I had some questions as well, because I'm like in love with this project. So be expecting an email from me like as soon as this is over, because I want to get involved. So I guess like going into almost elaborating on what Mo was saying. So when you're doing cover fire, is there going to be any type of like snap movement? So, you have barrier here, and is it going to register that like you're ducking, so it's going to snap you to duck, or are you going to have to be like aware of like spatial awareness almost?
I got to admit, discovering the physics systems of Unity was really exciting. And although I was learning about the financial cost of using it, the fact we could actually fire projectiles at each other to sample whether we're hitting each other, then that means you can create barriers between them and intersect those ray casts and flying projectiles. So it's really just about creating creative cover. So it's not always just a pillar that you're leaning out or something you're ducking behind. Dynamic.
Gotcha.
And the mashup of the title with Max Crisis Time Pain, I also wanted a bit of Max Payne's sort of cinematic, slow motion, shoot, dodge, bullet time.
Nice.
It's not something I could have coded anywhere near in time, but, the idea of quick time events transitioning between these shooting gallery style levels could provide the cinematic element I'm looking for and that I tried to share today. So
yeah, and that, I think you touched on my next question, was like that bullet time effect. Like, had you thought through like how you would do that? Because again, you know, I still consider myself very much a beginner in development, and in my head initially when you said that that was part of the project, I was like, the only way to do that would be like triggering some sort of like physics manipulation when you enter a certain zone. But I wanted to see if you had thought of like an easier way of doing something like that to give the sense that like you are now in slow motion and you can like do all these different things.
Well, absolutely. And slowing down the particles creates a big illusion effect, that whether it's an explosion, rain effect, or snow, just anything moving, slowing down will really emphasize it. But it's bullets that'll matter in a shooter if you're in slow motion. So actually firing real projectiles at each other versus ray casts, your bullets are gonna have to know whether they're in real time or slow motion time, and ramping up and down is probably the biggest challenge. So.
Gotcha. Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, I mean, the praises keep coming in from the chat. So, you know, congrats, Donovan.
It's a pleasure to share. Thanks.
There was one that I wanted to show. So this one was interesting. It's more of like an immersed rail shooter kind of experience.
Yeah, that's the idea. Rail shooter from cover scene to cover scene. Absolutely.
Great.
Yeah, exactly the vibe. Very cool.
Well, absolutely great. Mo, any final comments, suggestions, feedback for Donovan?
In terms of suggestion, I would highly recommend, as soon as you can, doing some usability studies. Please don't go with friends and families. They're more polite than what we need. We need real feedback when it comes to especially early and beginning projects. But definitely, I'm looking forward to see the next iterations of this.
Excellent. Thanks for your feedback, Mo, and your time.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Perfect. Well, great job, Donovan. I will now send you both backstage and I'll continue on with the demo day. All right. And thank you all for joining virtually. So yes, just to reiterate, if you have any questions that you want to throw in as well, please don't hesitate to throw them in the chat. And I'll kind of be your voice for the demo day presentation if you want any feedback from the presenter as well. So the next presenter is Daryl Rasmussen, Feng Wu, and Caden Morrison. So Daryl, I will bring you to the stage now.
Hi.
Hey, how are you doing?
Great. I hope my internet doesn't fail. It dropped out on me about halfway through most comments back to sorry. So if it does, well, just keep playing the video and I'll join in as quick as I can. My partner Feng Wu is here as well, so he can jump in and take over verbally, I guess, if he has to.
Sounds good. All right. Well, your project was called The Labyrinth, a 3D maze in Tangram. So this project is featured by a rotatable 3D maze, which the user will be in, and the tangrams that the player needs to collect. The 3D maze can be rotated by the mini-map attached on the left controller. So again, for anyone joining in, if you want to connect with Daryl, Feng, or Cade after this presentation, their LinkedIn and their email addresses are on the screen for you now. And this project was completed with the help of instructors Indica, OT, and Dustin. So I will start your presentation now.
Thank you. So this was our group project at the end of Indica's February 22nd XR development with Unity class. We, as a class, agreed to try and build something that combined locomotion or movement with assembling something. So our group agreed to build this game, the 3D cube maze. When you click start, you'll be transported into the first level maze. You can walk or use teleport to move around within the maze. And as you navigate, your goal is to collect the different tangram tiles that are scattered around. If you check your left wrist, you've got icons representing the tiles that you're looking for, and they'll light up as you collect them. You can also click a button on your controller to bring up a 3D model of the maze that you're in. So if you grab the red ball on any side, you drag it up to the circle, and the maze that you are in rotates to the same orientation that you chose. So the walls become floors, floors become ceilings and walls. So the environment that you're in is a peaceful one that changes as time goes by. The user could experience a sunset or sunrise, the night with moonlight, gentle background music, and a quiet environment providing a meditation for the player to take a stress break from the real world. The mini maze that you have gives you control of the larger maze, but it also gives you a complete view of the maze, so you can use it as a 3D map to navigate around within the environment. It's 2 meters in height throughout the interior, so if you have a room scale VR setup, you can actually walk around within the maze. We do have colliders at the edges to prevent you from falling out and into the ocean. Cade Morrison was working mostly on the hands and the animation and the movement of the teleports. Feng did most of the work on the maze, and then I did this final scene. So once you've collected all the tiles, you'll be transported to a room where you want to now assemble those tiles into the shape that's shown by the black silhouette on the table in front of you. Those tiles are distributed throughout the maze. They could be under the water or on the floor or up high, so you can grab some of them directly. Once you're here, you can use buttons to rotate the tiles in different orientations. We're using right now the grab interactable to also flip it over. So you'll see here with the parallelogram, you have to not only rotate it, but you may need to flip it 180 degrees on the other, like flipping a playing card over. We use the OpenXR, so this works with both the Oculus or with the Vive Pro. And the idea is that once you've completed the first level, the next maze that you might be transported into, the cube could be bigger, more complex, have more spaces within it, and the tangram to assemble at the end could be more complex shape, and potentially over time even have more than the basic 7 tiles to find and to locate. And once the maze is really bigger, there could be parts of the interior of it that aren't lit because they're obstructed. So you might need to find a particular tile to light up a particular part of the interior because it's not getting lit by the sunlight.
Very cool.
We do have a few challenges still to solve. So right now we're just using a click of either the trackpad or the thumbstick on the Oculus to rotate the tiles on the table at the end, but really we want to be using the X and Y axes of the trackpad or of the joystick, so that if you trackpad to the right, you rotate the tile to the right. If you trackpad left, you rotate left. And if you trackpad forward or back, you flip the card over one way or the other. Several attempts at figuring that out in some one-on-ones, and it's still challenged by trying to find a solution. And we hope to animate the hands a little more so that as you're picking them up, you see the hands pinch or see the hand flip over as you're flipping the tile over, something like that. Have the attach points on the tiles be more to the fingers and less to the wrists. But we're working on it, and it's a start.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's a great start. I think I was just talking with somebody before this live stream. I love ideas that are not anything I would ever think of. And I don't think this is ever one that I would land on, but I definitely want to get it. Like, I want that package. I want to be able to like be in that puzzle. I think you have a fan. So even just echoing Kim B, great game for spatial creativity. I think having that spatial awareness that you are in a 3D maze that can rotate is something that like I haven't experienced in VR before. I would love to get my hands on it. But I will go ahead and add Mo. I'll add you to the stream now to get some feedback as well.
Hey, Daryl. Well done. I must agree with Mondae on having a great start. I think this is really a good. I really like the idea. I like the way that you use the kind of a mini puzzle as a map. So in order to help you to navigate yourself spatially, it would give you a better sense of awareness. Where am I in this puzzle? Correct me if I'm wrong. The main goal of this experience is to help release the stress and calm the players, right?
Well, Feng added some really calming music into the background. I think you didn't hear it because Mondae muted the video while I was speaking, but yeah, it's kind of, you can stop and look at the sunset, and you can relax and enjoy the ambiance. I recognize that it's kind of at odds with the challenge of the figuring it out and finding the puzzles could be a little bit tricky. I'll let Feng address it maybe a little more.
Yeah, I'll add Feng. Feng, I'll add you to the stream now to kind of answer some of the aesthetic questions. How are you doing,
Hi.
Feng?
Yep. Yeah. Hi. Yes, I think one of the goal for that is provide a peaceful area that you just take a break from the real world, and you can control it, but at the same time we do make a little bit challenge, like you need to collect the puzzle, you need to find it, but it's not hard. It's just like a game from our childhood, and it reminds you something familiar, but it's not hard, just something to do, and release all your stress, and with some interesting puzzle to figure out.
I see. Good to know, because regardless of the experience, when it comes to XR design, there are best practices that we need to follow to make sure we're not adding cognitive load, we're creating a comfortable experience, and also giving up enough agency for players are kind of a best practice. But when it comes to providing something peaceful or to help releasing the stress, those points would get even more emphasized. For instance, the experience starts with a big chunk of text, which is above the eye. So you need head movement in order to read that text. So it's an extra physicality that you don't necessarily need. So by bringing that, I'm just thinking aloud, by bringing that text and chunking that into smaller bits and bringing that to the handhold menu, something like that would basically ease that up. Or another thing, locomotion, especially when the maze rotates, could easily create motion sickness. Another thing that I noticed through a few sides of this puzzle, people might get claustrophobic as well. So when you try to provide something like helping people with a stress relief and creating a peaceful experience, we need to be really careful of those kind of things that might get away. I know this was just a concept, earlier stages, but I'm just sharing what I got from it. But as I said, I really like the idea, especially the way that you could see where you're positioned in terms of 3D area atmosphere. I also like the idea of using a trackpad for the rotation and playing with the puzzle pieces. I'm definitely looking forward to see the next iterations.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, I have questions too, because my brain is like going a mile a minute. So around you guys, who had the idea to put the cube as like a object on the hand to control? Was that Daryl or Feng?
Here.
Yeah. Okay. So then, question for you. So for the rotation of that, so does that image rotate as the puzzle rotates, or how does the red balls control that rotation?
I see. I think our way is when you have a cube like that, and if you grab a ball from this side, and this surface will rotate and become the side face up, and this, I think it provide maybe because I think we think about the interaction of XR, and this, I think, maybe the way that we think that would be maybe easier to control it with your another hand.
Yeah, I like that. And then, like, just adding into this comment that Diana made through the chat. So Tangrams being used as a STEM learning tool. Coming from a STEM background myself, I think a puzzle like this in school would almost like serve two purposes. Like it could help with like challenging the mind. Like, can you solve this puzzle? One in like the 3D space, but then even at the end, it's almost like a puzzle leading to another puzzle. So Daryl, when you were explaining kind of like your next steps as you guys progress further into this project, the idea of like a cube inside a cube and how that changes the whole dynamic of the game. Like you're going to have lighting changes and difficulty changes, and then the tangram puzzles get more complicated. I guess long term, you guys see this as more of like almost backing up what Mo said. So is this like a relaxing experience? Because I could definitely see how that could get stressful as it gets more complicated. Have you guys thought about using it as more like an academic learning experience, or is it still too soon to tell?
I think it's too soon to tell. I think we need to solve some of the initial challenges that we have right now, and once you get those worked out and begin to build potentially level 2 or 3, then we'll see where it goes. But it said it was the group assignment at the end of the XR dev project, so we didn't know where we were going when we started, and we're not sure we have a map to where we're going in the long run either.
Very true. And then I guess this is a pretty good comment. So from Brian C, the question was, have you guys considered having the player standing on a platform or pod in the center of the cube rather than on the floor level, and then having a heads-up display on the pod's interior surface that could provide tactile feedback on the direction of movement?
Nope, hadn't thought of that.
Something for the notepad, possibility. Cool. Well, perfect. Well, thank you both. Mo, I'll kick it to you one last time. Any final words for that group as they move forward?
No, as I said, I enjoyed the idea. I think definitely worth putting more love and time into it, and looking forward to see the next iterations.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Feng.
Thank you very much.
All right. And moving right along. So next up in Demo Day, we have Imtissal Hallak, as well as Moomin Osman, and their project Cloud Room. So Imtissal, I will add you to the room now. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing. What is it? I'm doing good.
Perfect. All right. So your experience Cloud Room is an experience. The user will experience the sky while learning about the clouds from above. So again, for you are joining it virtually, if you want to connect with Imtissal or Moomin after this, their LinkedIns are there, as well as personal websites and Gmail. And this project was held by Circuit Stream instructor Mitchell. So I will start your presentation now.
Let's go.
I'm Imtissal Hallak, and I am an XR designer. I worked with Osman Moomin on this project, Cloud Room. The idea I got inspired is from the sky itself. I found it phenomenal with clouds. Just watching from the ground, I enjoyed the view. And after reading about the clouds, it gave me an admiration and appreciation of the clouds. And then it got to me that there weren't many nature exhibitions about clouds, nor in VR. What I know. What if cloud was a VR experience, where you were surrounded by clouds and you learn while interacting with them? It was important to me to know about the clouds, so I went to the mission to learn about the clouds and how applicable they will be on the VR experience. After getting enough information, I worked with a mood board. What kind of style will fit the project? The mood board is inspired by people's view and perspective of clouds and the architecture, and what kind of look the room would have, and how the outside would look like. The process was simply made of sketching and writing down the ideas, to moving to storyboard, VR prototype, to working on the ground as the trees, mountains, and the sea, and then to working on the room. The prototyping was done in Shape6R. It will make it easier. It made it easier for us to work and visualize idea before starting working on Blender and Unity. And as you can see in this storyboard, the user is in a glass room, surrounded by clouds, and underneath is the ground, which gives an idea of the height. There will be a table which the user interacts with. Clicking on the start button, you will be met by the word map. In this word map, you will learn about the type of clouds, types of clouds. In each country, depending on which stage you are in, Room 1, which is low cloud level, Room 2, middle cloud level, and Room 3, high cloud level. As an example,
Welcome to Cloud Room 1. In this room, you will get introduced to clouds. You are in the first stage. Here are the low-level clouds. On top is the second stage, which is a mid-level cloud resident. And lastly, the third stage is where you have high-level clouds. Low-level clouds with a base below 6,500 feet are cumulus, cumulonimbus, stratocumulus, and stratus.
Choose a city to learn about the clouds in its region.
Florida, USA. The cumulonimbus cloud is the most common in Florida. The cumulonimbus is associated with extreme weather such as heavy torrential.
So the project is unfinished and still is ongoing. What next? What will be added? 4 core clouds, group of clouds, another interaction based on those 4 core clouds and the types. More interaction on the region on the map and places which teaches about the regional different weather. Live temperature change on the area the user is in.
So I think you win the award for like the most calming video of the day so far. Like, I think somebody else put it in the chat as well. Like, super calming, super just like you're just immersed in that space and just the feeling of being completely like in that moment. Was like just looking at it. I mean, on the video, I felt in the moment. I can only imagine when you're on the headset.
Thank you. Thank you a lot.
All right, Mo, I'm gonna bring you in now for some feedback.
Hi, Imtissal. I really enjoyed it. I must say that I'm fascinated by clouds as well, and VR for education, specifically for this matter, could be really, really helpful. I really enjoyed you walking us through the process that you went through. I think it's always good to document the process, either for the sake of presentation or going back and checking which step went wrong, which step we could have been improved. So well done on that. I noticed that you used ShapesXR, definitely one of the best tools when it comes to VR and AR design and prototyping. You could even use that for early user studies. And also, when it comes to 3D creation, I'm sure that you could enjoy playing with Gravity Sketch, creating those clouds yourself, 3D modeling those in VR. I could imagine with a proper visual simulation, this could be a really good experience. There are a couple of things that I think you could definitely improve, such as UI placement. It's not really ergonomic. At the moment, you started with a big chunk of text again that requires unnecessary head movement for to be able to read. The table, which is the world map, is quite flat, so why not just tilting it a bit up and helping with a better perspective? Using diegetic or non-diegetic UI for VR has been a really hot topic over the years. It really depends on what you want. If we're not playing with anything in like far away, why putting UI elements in the field and trying to aim and then click? Because that requires extra steps. So you need to aim. If your hand shakes, you could easily miss. Instead of hitting up, you hit down. Another thing, that type of movement up and down would definitely cause motion sickness for so many people. There are ways that you could reduce that while you're going through this movement, like funneling the vision, not allowing to see the full area and limiting that vision. That perspective would definitely help. Changing the perspective would help. And also you could use your idea, like the clouds could come in and block your view. You feel that clouds are moving you up and down, which I think would be super nice. Overall, I really enjoyed going through this project. And as I said, nice showing the process. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the feedbacks. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that cloud elevator idea, I mean, the inner kid in me instantly went to like Dragon Ball Z with Goku in his cloud. But I do think like if you had that effect of like you're in the elevator, which your elevator was awesome. Like when you showed it in your concept and then you saw it functioning, I was like, this is pretty cool. But if you had like the storm clouds kind of like wrap around you and then lift you up and then open back up, I guess like, you know, saving the user from getting motion sickness, yes, really, really cool effect. Like, yes, absolutely really cool effect. Just looking at some chats, I think the general consensus, you know, solid learning component coming from Brian here. David is chiming in as well, saying it's a great educational piece for K-12. Where else did we see? You know, Arky's chiming in. Her uncle was a meteorologist back in the day, and she would absolutely love this. So really, my question to you is kind of, do you see this? I mean, it's definitely educational, but kind of what's your market? Are you looking for educational, like professional educational? Do you want like anybody who's just interested in like weather and understanding clouds more? Where do you think your market would be?
Like I was between schools and a museum. Like museum has like a small exhibition for VR. Yeah, you know, like a room which you can book with the school for the school booking, and they can just enter and learn about the VR.
That would be really cool. So yeah, and I think that would kind of go into like your live. I think you had it in there, like live weather effects is something that you wanted to go as well. So yeah, that would be very cool. So have you thought about other, like, as you get more in depth with your clouds, have you thought about doing like storm clouds? So if a place is raining, it would be storm clouds around you. You would have like the rain effects as well.
Yeah, that was one of the ideas. Like regarding the live temperature where you live is like there, like in Sweden, we had like on Arlanda, we had like a room for live temperature. Depending on the country you're gonna visit, it's gonna give you the exact temperature. So you prepare yourself with the prepare stuff. So the same thing with the VR. Like the idea is to have the live temperatures. If it's raining in Sweden, it's gonna rain in the VR. So it will be like a really nice touch to it.
Absolutely. Yeah, and then I'll just throw this out here as well. So Mitch was saying that it reminds him of the game Journey. So that might be something that you look into when you start looking at like those weather and atmosphere effects and different colors that you want to add in. Well, great. Well, I am completely in love with it. I would probably play that and fall asleep in it and not even care at all. But yeah, Mo, any final words to Imtissal before we move on?
Nothing. I think that the idea of matching the physicality, the real environment that you are living, and bringing a few factors of that into virtual reality would be awesome. Would be awesome addition to this experience. Looking forward to it.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, and we will continue on.
Thank you.
All right. So next up, we have Seyitan Oke, Crystal Campbell, and Miji Lee for their game, their project. I can't say it's a game or not, called Hard Candy Store. So Shay, I will bring you on stage now.
Hello.
Right. How's it going? I went with Shay.
I'm doing
great. I know it's the shorter version, but I was just like, let me just make sure I get it right. I'm just gonna go with Shay.
It's good.
Well, perfect.
Yeah.
So
thanks for presenting. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was gonna say thanks for presenting us, and I've liked a lot of the projects so far. I hadn't gotten a chance to see all of them. Everyone's done a lot of work, so really nervous to be up here right now.
Oh, don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. If you go back in the Circuit Stream archive, my project was very far from complete when I presented mine. So even I'm like, okay. But your project, Hard Candy Store, it really showcases chopping up some hard candies in a virtual candy shop. Again, for anybody who wants to reach out to Shay or Crystal or Mishong after this, their LinkedIns are on the screen right now. And this project was created with the help of CS instructor Dustin. So I'll start your presentation now.
My name is Seyitan Oke, and I made Candy Shop with Crystal Campbell and Miji Lee. That's what you see in front of you. We really wanted to make an immersive experience where someone could come in and create their own hard candies and make unique shapes and patterns out of all of them. Now, we couldn't get through the whole scope in the short time we had to make, but we were able to make this, where the user could come in, chop up some hard candies, and sort of pick them up and like pick up different colors from the cup next to it and sort of see the funness that was inside each one. We were really inspired by hard candy and candy connoisseur videos we were watching on YouTube at the time. But yeah, this is as far as we were able to get, but we were able to just at least chop some hard candies that were pre-rolled already. Thank you.
I love it.
That was a really nice music you added there.
I was hoping that you were going to be okay. But so I love the fact that your video, as you're doing your voiceover, you can still hear your personality through your voiceover. It's like the perfect thing. Like this, I think somebody already threw it in the chat. So like, oh, this looks fun, funness, Pop Rocks Man from David. Like this just looks like a fun, like, you know what you're getting into. Let's make some candy. And who doesn't like candy? Like, great. All right, Mo, I'll bring you on that. Yeah.
If you don't mind, let me add, because I'm realizing that I could have talked a little bit more about the process. So let me talk a little bit more about the process so there's more to chew on. Essentially, we wanted to obviously stretch ourselves as like stepping into XR for the first time, learning everything. So we wanted to make an experience that was fun. We really all like different, like the tactile games that we liked were very like tactile feeling or just like exciting. And we're both all into candy. So we said, let's make something that like was around like a candy shop experience. And we started prototyping Shapes XR as well. We tried to do a whole migrate, try to get some assets out of there and bring it over. Got some technical issues, but overall the idea was to come into a candy shop, roll a candy, and then chop it up in little pieces, and then it makes a little shape when you cut up in little pieces. And that was kind of like the whole mission. And as I said, we weren't able to get through everything, but the idea was just to be fun and give like a tactile feeling and sound effects and all that stuff. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah. No, I love it. I'll digress. I'll let Mo go first because I have so many questions too. So Mo, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure. Hi, Shay. Thanks for sharing your project with us. It's definitely a nice tactile experience. It seems to be fun, and I would love to have my hands on the Unity package and give it a try. I know that you mentioned you haven't got time to add whatever you had in your mind in this project, but I'm sure you will continue working on that. I think it's a nice idea, the matter of the fact that people would enjoy doing things that they can't necessarily do in real life. You won't get the chance of going to the candy shop and do whatever you want with those candy bars. That's amazing. Regarding the points that could be improved, I noticed the hand posture is quite wrong when you hold the knife. It seems like your hand is twisted or it's flipped, something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Another thing, I think in terms of visual aesthetics, there are rooms in terms of 3D modeling, doing a bit of a better visuals when it comes to those candy bars. try Gravity Sketch if you haven't. It's super easy to do those candy bars because you literally just draw them into air. In terms of chopping those into uneven pieces, that's satisfying for sure. But if you're thinking about reusing or putting those pieces into action, like if I start chopping those and create something out of those chops, you might face limitations because you won't be in control of what users glue together, put together as the final result, if that makes sense. So it might lead you to having like pre-destructed elements or pre-chopped of those candy bars. So no matter where you put the knife, you'll get those predefined pieces rather than you decide as a player. So these are two different aspects of this that you definitely need to decide on. Either way, I think it's going to be a fun and exciting experience.
Yeah. I never thought about some of the things that you brought up. For example, the uneven cutting. That I can see now how that, we need to think through the experience with that. Thank you so much. This is really good.
Okay, so here comes my fire hydrant of question. Mo is so much nicer than me. I need to learn skills from him. So at the beginning of your video, we saw it for a second, but you have like a counter above the player's head. What is you guys' intended purpose of that counter?
That counter is not part of the experience.
Okay.
I think that's the quest. That's the quest of putting that there. And that was me being lazy not to redo another take. I'm just
gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was thinking that's a really cool aspect. If it was like if you got the instruction, like cut this piece of candy into 8 pieces, and it was cutting your chops, and like, if you did more than 8 or something like that, it would give you like failed the mission, or your customer is unhappy.
Now that you're saying that, Mondae, sorry, go on, Shay.
Go ahead. No, I want to hear this actually.
I was thinking, I know that's the activity widget of Oculus, native activity widget of Oculus. But then you said that it could be a game as well. So that as we talked about uneven and even chops, you could make that into a game. So you ask people to do like 5 even, and then you measure the pieces and decide if you've passed the level or not, if that makes sense. Just throwing some ideas. And also I have one question. Have you thought what would happen if I hit the other hand with a knife?
Yeah, John asked that same question. What happens if you hit your finger?
And I have not thought about it, but it actually happened while I was nothing happens when you do it because they don't interact, but it's quite concerning. So we don't have a solution for that. What is the recommendation, I guess?
It really depends how would you like to direct the experience. You could create a fun/horror experience that would be a mixed bowl of chopped candy and fingers, or it could be just like communicating in real life, be careful of your fingers, something like that. So you could define an interaction, you could leave it like it is without any interaction, or you could decide something for that. And when it comes to immersive experiences, it's really important to differentiate, especially visually, with elements which are interactive, you could do something with, and the other elements that are not interactive.
Yeah, I would chime in as well. I think the inner dad in me is connecting with some of the people watching. So like Laura had this comment, my kids would love it. If I saw my daughter chop off her finger in VR and run around with like blood coming out, game over. Like, we'll not play again. So think about your market audience as well.
I had a question for you guys, and one thing we faced as a team when we started this is we were all new to VR, so we were looking for experiences where you made things, and we didn't find a lot. I don't know if maybe we just didn't look. You guys know of any experiences that are out there where it's like a cooking thing, and maybe it's gamified, maybe it's not, or something you do with like your hands, and any experiences we can like look to for examples.
Yeah, there are a couple of cooking related games on Quest, also on Steam VR. And if you look up in what's it called, SideQuest, there are also kind of pre-alpha or beta apps and games that you could go and try. It's interesting that cooking and food related stuffs are quite massive. So you could think of Fruit Ninja. It's not exactly the same experience that you're trying to achieve, but it has some basic or some similar gaming mechanics as well. I don't remember that game specifically that I've tried. It was a couple of months ago, but it was like exactly a chef going into a kitchen, starting with a recipe. It would either lead you to a good meal or to a chaos. You could put your kitchen on fire.
Yeah. And I think so. One other thing that I was thinking about too is almost, I mean, for right now, I think it might be looking ahead, but what I would love to see in a game like this would be almost like a story mode where it would be like you like going through the phases of starting a candy shop. And then maybe you can do like challenge mode where it's like what Mo was saying, like you need 5 even cuts or you need to make a perfect star or it needs to be circular. But then also leaving it open, like have the like, don't take away the sense of wonder that I think your game has now. So just have like the exploration mode and allow the user to be able to like roll their own candy and find a way to throw like a chocolate element in there. And I think somebody else was saying cookie is more of my steam. So have some of those like just like, even though it is candy shop and it's hard candy focused, like allow the user to like wander around and create their own experience too. Because it's exciting because you found something that in its essence is such a simple concept, but when you find something like that, you can do so much with it. And it's like exciting to see it because you have like the foundation right there. It's just about like branching and like grooming and massaging it a little bit more. Cool.
Well,
all right.
I'm really excited. You guys are really getting me to, I want to get back to working on this now.
No, you have a great one. Mo, any final tips, tricks, or hints for Shay?
Nothing necessarily related to this project or VR stuff, but the matter of the fact that we could keep everything open and our mind open to change, especially in the early stages of any project, would lead you might start from a hard candy shop idea that might lead to a totally different experience that you would have loved. I think it's really important to keep our minds open throughout the earlier stages. And when we get to the final stage, keep iterating and polishing and polishing and polishing. So looking forward to it.
Yeah. And I will just, I'm going to put up one more comment because I think it's also something very interesting. So looking at this, this could be something you can explore. So monetizing it, you could make your own candy, but then other players can order it and do their own DIY afterwards. Like, and then Donovan following right up, cutting, mixing, rolling, stretching. There's a lot of interactable possibilities. Like you have a very good shell of something that could be, amazing. Cool. Well, thank you all. We will continue on. Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Mo. Mo, I'll see you in a few minutes after the next one. But Shay, thank you for presenting. All right. Well, cool. So before we actually go into the next presentation, I did want to give a quick shout out to all of you guys that are in the chat. I don't know if you can see, but my eyes are going between looking at the chat and engaging with the presenter. The chat is hilarious. Please keep it coming. I love the interaction. I love the questions. You all interacting with each other is great. I will continue to post those questions and those comments up, but huge shout out to you guys. I think it's like 2 events in one, reading the chat and seeing you all engage with these projects and then also presenting with the presenters and engaging with Mo. So great. I love it. Keep it coming. All right. So next to the stage, we have Tenny. So we have Tenny, Dutka, Nando, Cordeiro, and Nishith, Raghav, and their project, A New Shepherd. So John, I will bring you to the stage now. All right. How are you doing, John? Oh, I think you're on mute, so y'all can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Thanks so much for having us. Yeah, glad to be here.
Absolutely, man. All right, so your team's project was inspired and built by a small team of Circuit Stream students and VR enthusiasts that wanted a way to practice what they had studied and take on new challenges together. Always a great start to a project. The experience itself is a prototype of an immersive VR game that uses Unity, 360 photography, and eventually video. Second design with WYs to tell the story of a young man discovering his past by solving simple puzzles. So like always, if any of you all want to connect with John or any member of his team after this, we have their LinkedIn and email addresses on the screen for you now. And this project was helped with the aid of Circuit Stream instructor Levester. So I will start your project now.
Hello everyone, my name is John Tenny, and today I'll be presenting our pilot project with my colleagues Nick Dutka, Nando Cordeiro, and Nishith Raghav. We are a team composed of former Circuit Stream students and VR fans. Just a few quick notes before we get to our actual project. We're all rather new to VR game development as a medium, but we have backgrounds in a variety of other art or production forms. We're really glad to have the opportunity to present to you all today to get some feedback on our project, and we're excited to hear what you all have to say. We would like to note that this is still a prototype of a project that we hope to continue working on, and it was an initial test that was meant to give all of us some real experience and to test out the skills that we had gained from our classes, and while also being able to incorporate new tools that we wanted to learn to work with. So basically we treated this like a game jam. It was completed with fast iterations, and it reached this point over a very short period of time that we had actually planned on giving ourselves about another month to do it. But when we heard about the game jam, we said, hey, let's just crank this thing out and try and have it ready for today. And that's where we are. A New Shepherd is the working title for our project. It tells the story of a young man that returns home to his family farm, and while revisiting some of the places around the farm from his childhood, he better understands his youth and upbringing. Here's a list of some of the tools that we used to create this project. We use many of the standard tools in the arsenal of a Unity game developer. We use 360 photos in the place of what will eventually be 360 videos. These 360 videos are the media that would allow our protagonist to discover his past. Eventually, this could be filmed with live actors. We've also used WYs for our sound integration by Nando. There's a list of challenges that our team encountered. The primary challenge was our lack of professional support or knowledge. As we continue on, I think it'll be best for us to find a more experienced developer that might be able to give us some insights so that each new thing we try does not just lead to hours of YouTube videos. While we did benefit from office hours, it was not consistent or involved enough to substitute for a team member. Our use of plastic SCM was also a new challenge, as we all went into this project never having used it before, and none of the teachers really had a great grasp on it either, but it was necessary for cloud collaboration.
That was the
Although
challenge.
it is rather straightforward, but we still had a number of challenges with it.
No, so great. So I do have to apologize. I'm doing a speed test on my internet. So I apologize, for you and for anybody watching if like the video kind of glitching a little bit, took anything away from the presentation. I apologize, John. But yeah, I think my
It's
first
all right.
Okay, whew, my heart. I feel better now. But my first comment, so me and Lucy were thinking the same thing. So even before your presentation started, I loved it because you guys had very defined roles. Like my inner project manager was so happy to see that you guys had like project manager and UI designer and all of those roles predefined. Because definitely, as you continue this project, that's just going to streamline so much. So you guys instantly won my organization award of the day for that one.
Nice. Yeah, from the get-go, we were really trying to, I wanted to approach it as professionally as possible. In my day job, I do a lot of project management. So I was thinking like, hey, let's try to get people who can also, focus on the things that they want to be able to focus on. And it really kind of started with us having like basically this poster board and just being like, okay, make sticky notes of the things that you want to work on, and
Yeah,
then we'll start integrating that into the game. Right. And then from
absolutely.
there, like one of the first things for me was like, oh, I want to put 360 videos inside a Unity experience. So, but
That's how it
yeah, and we
grew.
developed that way.
I love it. Well, I will go ahead and add Mo to the stream, and also I'll add Nick to the stream as one of your project members.
Thank you.
Hey, John. Hey, Nick. Thanks
Hello.
for sharing your project with us. I like the idea. I think it seems like the holistic view is incentivizing the content and not giving it away as a free thing. You need to solve a puzzle, and then you get to enjoy that 360 video or image, which is quite cool idea. I really like that. Also thinking it could be a really cool idea for multiplayer experiences as well. Like you get going, a group of people, you go around and find different pieces of this puzzle, and then you could enjoy the content all together. A couple of things that I think could definitely improve, and all of these things might already be one of those sticky notes that you gather may not be in your time scope to tackle those. Thinking about multiple and diversifying your game mechanics would be definitely helpful. I like the fact that you came with this creative idea of, okay, the lock won't open, it would explode. Loved it. Why not? Let's try and let's bring more crazy ideas into that. I talked about the the locomotion. I'm not repeating that. So that's something that would need more love, defining different method of locomotion, because that would definitely cause motion sickness for many players. I'm not sure if it's the recording or if it might be just me being wrong, but I couldn't understood a right sense of a scale. Maybe models are not properly aligned. Sometimes I felt like I, as the player going through this experience, I'm too tall, sometimes too small. Another thing that I would like to talk about is the interactive versus non-interactive elements. So the video started with a scene in a cabin or in a room with a table full of elements which invite you to play with, to interact with. But there is no visual difference between those, so you can't guess which one is the one that I'm going to pick or interact with. We definitely need to come up with an idea of differentiating those, defining signifiers for objects that you could interact with, and objects that are basically for the sake of decoration and part of the scenery, if that makes sense.
Right. The idea with that table is to kind of have stuff on there that you can play with, and to kind of have that first room be like the the introduction to the game of teaching you that you can pick up stuff. This is how you pick it up. This is how you interact with objects. And then there's also just kind of stuff on the table that people can play with, because that's part of the fun of VR, is picking up stuff and waving it around or whatever.
Cool.
I think with the locomotion, I don't know. I think Nick was that. Oh, Nando. Nick was with the locomotion. Was that was I don't remember it being that etchy. It might have been because of the internet, but also it might be because the game is definitely heavier than it needs to be. We could cut it down way more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it plays smoothly. It might have just been either the playback, like from Mondae's side. I'm not sure if it was the internet, but yeah, like when we watched it on our computers, it seemed pretty smooth. So there is teleport as well. I didn't showcase it in the video.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I guess one of the things that I had, kind of sticking to the topic of scale, have you guys thought about like animals? Because I think filling in some of like the wider spaces with at least something to like look at or interact with might help with that overall feeling that like the next house isn't like all the way down there. And knowing that you guys have the teleport feature, I think that would help as well. And then maybe one of the things too is like if you had like a mini menu where you could like quick teleport, like do you want to go to like the farmhouse, the main cabin, or something where you could like easily just like click and teleport, might help as well, just kind of like speed up some of the movement.
Yeah, I think we had a lot of great ideas and just held back by time and skill. Honestly, it's a big learning process, and the scale of the project is pretty large, and I think we had a lot of great ideas heading into it, but every time you try to iron something out, it always takes a bit longer than you assume. So yeah, it was just fun to work with everybody and get our hands dirty.
Yeah, exactly. I think if we looked at the idea of what all of the stuff that we've got in line, I mean, we would get in these chats of being like, wait, guys, but we could do this. And then it's like, wait, and then after that, we're going to do this. And then, you have to scale it back so much when you've got, 2 weeks to build something.
So for the puzzles, can you just walk us through like, what are the puzzles? Like, what are you trying to find? Is it always a key, or is it more of like an escape room, like finding one thing leads to another thing leads to another thing?
As of right now, it's just keys, but Nick had some other ideas as well for like interactable things that we could do. Nick, do you want to?
Yeah, I think I was thinking about having maybe some plants like in the fields there, where you would maybe have to pull up a couple different ones to try to find the next key or something, or like the key that was on the stump to prototype the barn, like that originally was supposed to be grown into the tree. You would find an axe, like chop it down, and then the key would fall out, and then that would go in. And then I think the videos were kind of meant to guide. It was going to be like a little like flashback video kind of showing you where to look, and then you would have to go out and look for it, kind of thing.
Right.
Gotcha. So the 360 videos would almost lead into like the scavenger hunt element.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So it's meant to be like you're kind of rewarded with this video that kind of is a flashback type thing. But then at the same time, then that will say like, oh, for example, within the tree or something, you'll find the way to get this, or under this radish or whatever it is, to kind of be able to take you to the next step.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. I like that. And probably one of the things I would say too, so if you wanted to do like a flashback type of feel, lighting is a great way to show that like this is a flashback, like having like, some sort of like lighting color distinction. So maybe it's like gray or it's brighter, or even just like as you go into that 3D video viewer, doing like almost like a fade in, fade out, might be something just so people know like, okay, you're going into like a cutscene moment. Like, I guess that's exciting too. Like you're trying to gather clues as you're in the 360 video, and maybe only letting the people be in there for a certain amount of time, and then they get teleported back out of it. So that way it like creates a sense of like searching. Now let's go and complete the puzzle. I think that would be a really cool effect to see.
Right. Yeah. And then the transition into that could also be something more complex than just, walking into it. It could be, you interact with an item, and then upon interacting with the item, the video appears and you're inside of it. Right. Or it could, blacks out and then you reappear in a different scene where you're within the 360 video. So it's like there's a loading time that can be built into it.
Gotcha.
But yeah, like we were saying, it's very quick build. We've got a million ideas. It's more of just, trying to make everything work.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have the project team to support it, so you're already a step ahead in the game. You have the team there.
Yeah.
So I guess if you guys want to just answer, there was a question in the chat. If you could just explain kind of what is WWise for anybody who's not familiar with it.
Yeah, so that's me. I briefly answered in the chat as well. I'll go into more detail because I sound designed for what we had so far in the prototype. So it's pronounced wise, and it's an audio middleware.
Okay.
Everyone says WWise. But then it's an audio middleware. So essentially what that is you're doing all the sound integration in this separate program instead of using Unity components. And the reason for this is because this program dedicated for audio has much more customizability. Just loading like randomization of sounds, 3D positioning of sounds, adding effects as well. So it also it lets the sound designer work exclusively within the program while everyone else works on other stuff. But it also gives you tools to make the game sound even better.
I like it.
Nando comes from a background of doing this, and we just found him with sheer luck. So
I love it. I love it. That's the joy of circuit streaming, finding those people and getting connected. I think Lucy says it the best, all that's next is founding a company. That's the next step for you guys.
Yeah. Right.
Well, cool. Well, Mo, any final comments for the team before we move on?
As a final comment, getting back to that interactable versus non-interactable elements, I think Shell Game has done an amazing job on the I Expect You to Die. There are so many elements that you could pick up and do something that don't necessarily lead you to solve the puzzle, but you could enjoy just eating donuts that are there on the desk. So it's not just picking items and just revealing. Yeah. So there are interactable items. Each of those would have the story to tell, an experience to share, but they're kind of a side. How would I frame it? They're not necessarily leading you through the story, but they have their own mini or micro stories.
Absolutely.
And they really could deepen this story a lot by, because the whole idea is, coming back to your home that you haven't been at, for a long time, then you pick up something and it's like, oh, so yeah, very cool. Great idea.
Oh man. So now my brain is going. So
I
think
one last idea I wanted to add was on that table, you actually saw seed packets, and that was kind of a hint at something I was thinking of, maybe you could just grab the packets, run outside, dump it in the garden, and then, a plant sprouts up, but maybe it has nothing to do with solving the puzzles. It's just something you could do kind of thing.
Yeah, and I will chime in with Dr. Piano Man, personal artifacts from the character's life and letting the player interact with them. You could kind of tie that into the almost flashback effect that you want. So different objects might not be what you need to solve the puzzle, but picking up those seeds could trigger the video a flashback of you planting the garden with mom and dad or whatever it might be, and kind of build more of the character story and make you feel part of that world as well. I think that would be a really cool element. Well, cool.
Yeah, thank you. Good idea.
Well, John, Nick, and Nando, thank you so much for your project. You guys are a very strong project team, so I'm sure you'll do great things moving forward. And yeah, we will continue on. Thank you all.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right. So next, we have Richard Wang, as well as Leslie Early and David Jumeau. David, if I'm saying your last name wrong, please put it in the chat so I can, shame myself. But their project is entitled Star Trek Tribble Troubles. So Richard, I will bring you on now.
Hello there. And I'm actually Dr. Piano Man actually too. So
how's it going?
As you can
see you again.
As you can you'll see later. Yeah. It's going well. There's a lot of great presentations. I'm really excited to be a part of this.
Nice. Well, I see your shirt, so I have to do it,
Yeah, I tried to prepare some geek cred there. So
nice. Well, you're in your team. You worked on a VR escape room game using a phaser and a tricorder to scan tribbles, stun them, and then beam them away from the Starship Enterprise. For all of you all watching, the team's information for LinkedIn and Gmail is on the screen for you now if you want to take it down. And this project was aided with CS instructors Nakisa, Lavester, and Indica. So Richard, I will start your project now.
Hello, my name is Richard Wang, and today I will be presenting a VR group final project that I, along with Leslie Early and David Jumeau, worked on for our February 2022 10-week XR dev course from CircuitStream. For our group project, we decided we wanted to do a Star Trek VR experience. Originally, the concept was like an escape room, but it grew from that to be basically a complete experience where you get to be on the Enterprise, you're part of an actual episode from canon, and you get to help out the crew. So let's start with what is the Star Trek experience. As we were looking at this project, we were thinking, what are the fundamental elements of Star Trek? Well, there's the USS Enterprise itself, there's the characters, there's the props, holding a phaser, firing a phaser, using a tricorder. So essentially we thought for a VR project, we want to give the Trekkie dream of getting to go aboard the Enterprise, walk around the ship, use these legendary props, these devices like a tricorder or a phaser, and use them in a way that feels like Star Trek. You know, Star Trek, while it does have phasers and gunfights and so forth like that, it really is about exploration, using tools to solve problems. And so we wanted to make sure that as you're going through this experience, you're doing that. You're using the tools, not just blowing things up. And we wanted to tie it with part of the canon. So there's a very classic episode called The Trouble with Tribbles, where the Enterprise is basically overrun with furry little things that keep reproducing. In the episode, basically at the end, Scotty gets rid of the Tribbles by beaming them onto a Klingon ship. And so our concept was you're basically helping Scotty by stunning the Tribbles to prevent them from breeding. You scan them with your tricorder, you go up to the bridge, and you initiate the transport, and that's the end of the game. Now, these Tribbles are obviously breeding, so if you're not quick enough, the ship is going to quickly be overrun. Let's go ahead and jump right into the demo and see how this all works. Here we are. This is the main menu, and you can hear the familiar music of Star Trek, the original series. Right now, Kirk would be giving his monologue. Now, there are other Star Trek VR experiences out there, including an officially licensed game that's amazing called Star Trek Bridge Crew. I always like to plug that one. It was released in 2017. I still think it's one of the best VR experiences out there. And I didn't want to copy what they did, which is they basically had you in a shuttle doing the very classic Star Trek tour of the ship from the exterior and before the ship actually leaves. But I wanted to make sure that the player has a sense of scale of the ship. So what we're seeing here is in VR, of course, it's much more immersive. You're seeing one-to-one, the ship just does a flyover. And you get a real sense of how big this ship is before you beam over into it. Now, because this game takes place during an actual episode, we're fortunate that there's a lot of here we're showing the menu buttons, assets out there. So, nope, that was a fire button. We were just having fun there, making sure it still works, and we kept it in there. Here's our credits. So there we go. There's our names: Leslie Early, David Jumeau, and Richard Wang. In the background, you see the K7 space station from the episode. That's where the Tribbles started from. And there's a Klingon cruiser over in the background. These are the credits for all these assets. They were all found on 3dwarehouse.sketchup.com. And the audio is from the trekcore.com website. And yeah, as you see the Klingon ship in the background that you're going to basically be scanning the Tribbles and beaming them over to, as Scotty says, where there'll be no Tribble at all. So we beam aboard in the transporter. We can see there's Tribbles already there. Looking around. All right, let's go ahead. Now there's a tricorder. We're going to pick that up, and there's our phaser. So our tricorder is actually going to be our mini map to help get us around. And there we go. We just stunned one. If you look closely, you can see it's now green. That means it's stunned. So we're using our tricorder to both see where we're going and to also know whether or not we were successful in stunning these Tribbles. If we don't stun them, they will basically multiply, and they have different timers. So some of them, I think that it's like 5 minutes, and some of them within a couple minutes. And as you can imagine, once they've duplicated, now you've got 2 to worry about, then you're gonna have 4 and so forth. Here we go. We're walking through sick bay, and we're just using a line render right now for the phaser. We're trying to get it. It's actually quite difficult. Maybe we need to employ auto aim. All right. So as you can see, the tribbles are starting to multiply. And you can hear their cooing in the background to let you know that they are still active. Now, this interior was actually originally a recreation of the actual studio set that they made for the original series. So the original model actually had the studio building itself and so forth. I've removed that here. If we were to finish this project, we would actually, of course, wall out everything. I've got a rudimentary ceiling in here. Oh, we got more tribbles. They're starting to multiply. Uh-oh. I've got the main menu and the quit game function on the tricorder as well there. Oh. We're starting to get some real trouble. Uh-oh. There's a lot of them. Yeah, so we didn't take care of them, so we're gonna have to, yeah. Oh dear. So let's hurry up. Let's get in the turbo lift. The turbo lift takes us right to the bridge. And then over here on Scotty Station, we're gonna lock on target, and then we're gonna energize. And there we go. So, fairly quick demo there. You can see still work in progress. If we were to finish this out, a lot of polish we could do. We could probably put more functionality in the tricorder where maybe the tribble would turn red right before it reproduces, things like that. I'm most proud of the tricorder, actually, because originally it was like, okay, that'd be a cool way to have a mini-map. So I wanted a way for the player to know where they are, and then once we coupled it with, okay, once you shoot the tribble, how do you know that you actually stunned it? We could render it and change the texture so that it's toasted, right? But that's not how phasers work in the franchise. You just stun somebody, they're unconscious. So it was changed to, you can actually just look on your tricorder and see that it's been changed from a yellow to a green. That really just changed the whole focus of the game, because now you're using both tools equally, which I think we're all very proud of. So yeah, there you go. That's Star Trek Tribble Troubles, and thank you for watching this demo.
So that was amazing. When you were doing your initial, I guess, your menu screen, I could just hear space, the final frontier.
Yeah.
I could hear it. But yeah, tons of stuff in that project that I want to learn more about. But I will bring Mo on, and I'll let him give his feedback first.
Hey, Richard.
Hello.
Let me start with a confession. I absolutely know nothing about the Star Trek and the Star Wars, so I had to do a bit of a research. And I can see that you have tried to stay as close as possible visually. And in terms of environment, I appreciate that. That requires a lot of effort. I like the idea having these kind of IP-related games and experiences are always fun to go, especially for the fans. But on the other hand, it could be tricky for people like me who don't know where to start. So you might start think of onboarding, giving up a bit of a context, like walking them to a story, if that makes sense. I know that it was a prototype, an earlier stage, but there are some things that I think could be improved. You mentioned about auto aim or some sort of aid aiming mechanism. Definitely, I think that could be a really nice point, a nice addition to that. I like the fact that you use tricorder, if I'm saying the name correctly, as a game mechanic. But on the other hand, you need to watch out for that because it's quite small and it might lead people to trying to bring that closer to their face. And we are not aware of the thickness of the device. And they might start smashing the controller to the headset itself.
Yeah.
That happened to me and to many people that I observed throughout the usability testing. So watch out for that. I was a bit confused. You started your experience with a straight red and white raycast to interact with the menu.
Yeah.
Then throughout the game, it was quite curved raycast, but not doing the locomotion, right?
That was purely, I think, as the previous project mentioned about the short time frame to create these projects, because it's a 10-week course, and this is just the last 2 weeks of it. So if we were to finish it, we wouldn't even have it would be actual hands and things like that. So the reason why in the actual level it's the curved is because we were experimenting with teleport and things like that, and we just didn't have time to fully. So like ideally I would have that only where you would activate a button to actually see those things. So yeah, all of that. And then to your point about introducing for a person who has no idea about Star Trek, certainly you'd want to give the background information about like what it so something I wanted to include Leslie's work on the scripting. That's at the beginning of the presentation. You saw that Google Doc, because she actually recorded voiceover. We just didn't have time to implement it. So I totally nerded out. So I brought a prop. So on the transporter room, in addition to the tricorder, which is the scanner and the phaser, you also had this, and you would pick it up, and there would basically be an officer giving you instructions, telling you, and there was all these things that it would be giving you feedback to kind of help you. So definitely these were things that we were thinking about. And I think finally, of course, because this is an IP thing, this was more just to kind of use what we learned in the course. But I think for all of us, professionally, we probably wouldn't make a specific IP, unless we actually had the license, of course, right? Make our own original ideas and things like that. So this was more of a fun, I think, experiment of like, if theoretically we had been commissioned to create something for a licensed franchise, like I think that's why I wanted to do that at the beginning of what are the essentials. So definitely for a fan, I think that's what we were kind of thinking too.
That makes sense.
Yeah, definitely all those points. And the phaser, that's a great point, because obviously in the franchise, there's no like laser sight, but then that's where you have to balance being faithful to the IP versus playability. True.
My last point would be following one of the kind of best practices of VR design, as we all need to try to ground our players all the time. And you experience it starts with people floating in the air. Yes, you're waiting for the menu, but you might start enjoying the ship flying around. So you might stay there for a longer period of time and you're not grounded. And that might cause discomfort for so many players. So that would be like the first impression, and you want that to be amazing. You want that to be welcoming and super comfortable. Even if you're going to have some sort of motion sickness throughout the experience, you want to make sure the gate, the open gate and the first impression is absolutely comfortable, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. We did experiment that you actually were standing, for example, on like a platform or something like that. Yeah, but yeah, definitely.
Good.
Yeah. So I want to know more about this tricorder. So how did you guys, was it a ton of work scripting wise to get like the locations, especially as they multiply, to register on the tricorder? Or how did you actually get that to work?
That's where definitely a lot of help from Nikisa and just the one-on-one sessions were very helpful because we didn't cover some of these concepts in the main course about using a mini map. And as you saw with some of the behind the scenes, because I'm learning all this new to myself, it was very cool to learn that in Unity, you can render things that only certain cameras can see, right? So the actual tribbles all have like a yellow shell or a green shell, all that sort of stuff. And those are all the mini map. That's what the mini map camera that's floating above the player as they're moving can see. And so the tricorder is kind of like the true camera of seeing what's actually in the environment. And then what was that was just the most rewarding part of the experience for me to learn about, because at first we had it tied just to your head movement, or your player position, I should say. But then when we're testing it, we've quickly found that it felt very unnatural, because you might not have moved yourself, but you turned your head and you're expecting the tricorder to orient now to the view, and it hadn't. So then we changed it so it actually is orienting to itself kind of like if you know have a compass or something like that. So yeah, it was a lot of fun to think about that. To Mo's point earlier, also about being aware of anytime you do have a small screen, about that. Definitely something to consider about how to adjust that. In our playtesting, it seemed to be okay because these old, since it's a 1960s show, these props are like huge. it's like holding a VHS cassette tape. But yeah, I was just really happy with that we were able to use it, because originally that wasn't part of the concept. Originally it was just going to be shooting at it, and I think that really helped make it something different than just a shooting gallery.
Absolutely.
I think actually I thought it was funny. I showed it to another friend, and they were like, "I wasn't expecting it to become a survivor horror."
Exactly.
Yeah.
No. Yes, I will definitely be reaching out to learn more. But Mo, did you have any last words of wisdom for Richard before we move on?
No, nothing. I think overall it was really good, but don't be afraid of working on IP. Who knows? Maybe you start pitching that idea to them. Don't wait for them to reaching out to you.
Can I ask you actually then, have your experience working with IP, is it usually pretty flexible or comfortable, or just compared to working?
I have experience working with IPs, and it really depends on the IP that you're dealing with. If they're continuously making money out of it, that's the simplest answer that I could give you. If they're continuously making good money, it's horrible dealing with them. If it's something getting old and people like getting away from it, they would be quite happy and easy to collaborate.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Richard, for your project, and we will continue on. I love it. Yes.
And long and prosper.
As well. All right. So next in demo day, we have Miji Lee with her project, The First Encounter, the VR Experience. So Miji, I will welcome you to the stage now.
Hello, Mondae.
Hey,
hi,
how are you
everyone.
doing?
Good, very good.
Well, perfect. Well, we are excited to see it. So your project is a VR experience as an alien landing on an unfamiliar planet, experiencing its nature visually and auditorily. The user can interact with trees while listening to Shakespeare's quotes, and will view a 360 video of real nature at the end. So for anyone interested, Miji's LinkedIn and Gmail are on the screen now. And then this project was aided by instructors Mitchell, Indica, and Usman. So Miji, I will start your presentation.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Miji. Today, I would like to introduce you to my team project, The First Encounter. This project was created for a class assignment in our XR Dev course with Mitch. As you can see on the screen, we each wanted to bring something to the project: extraterrestrial setting, nature walk, and touching trees experience. Combining all of our ideas into one VR experience, we created The First Encounter, where the user becomes an alien seeing trees for the first time, appreciating their beauty with Shakespeare's nature-themed quotes, and finally ending the experience with a surprise. I hope you will enjoy. Landed on an unfamiliar planet, you see something strange and yet so mysteriously beautiful for the first time. Only later you learn that they're called trees. Here is a piece of memory where you will walk through the first encounter.
Full many a glorious morning have I seen, flatter the mountain tops with sovereign eye, kissing with golden face the meadows green, gilding pale streams with heavenly alchemy. Anon permit the basest clouds to ride with ugly wrack on his celestial face, and from the forlorn world his visage hide, stealing unseen to west with this disgrace. Even so my sun one early morn did shine, with all triumphant splendor on my brow, but out, alack, he was but 1 hour mine. The region cloud hath masked him from me now. Yet him for this my love no whit disdaineth, Sons of the world may stain when heaven's sun staineth. The earth has music for those who listen. One touch of nature makes the whole world kin.
At every step, we were presented with challenges in making sure from pop-up messages, scene transitions to the 360 video to work. And we tackled the challenges successfully after countless attempts. We were able to accommodate all our ideas while using different media such as audio files and a 360 video, thereby exploring different approaches to the world of VR content. Even though the course is over, continuing the effort, Jonathan and I are working on creating a meditation app with the components of the project and more. We're learning that creating an app is a long process, but stay tuned because you will see our app one day at Oculus Store. Thank you!
No, I love it. I think you and Shay are very skilled at bringing like your personality into your voiceovers. Like I felt like you were sitting next to me and I was just like, this is her energy 100%.
Thank you.
Cool. Well, I will invite Mo back to the stage for some feedback.
Hey, Meiji.
Hello.
I think it was absolutely beautiful. The gorgeous environment that you put together. It was brilliant. I love the idea of changing your character and coming as an alien and appreciating the new environment, including trees. I love the scenery. I love the scale of environment that you have provided. There are a few things that I'm sure you have thought of, but I would share with you here. I'm not sure including text as a diegetic piece of element would be aligned with your goals, because I found that quite breaking the immersion. And the reason why is I think those texts are not fitting well into that environment. I would have tried different things that would align more with the story. Why not having a mini flying robot around me than basically telling those Shakespeare pieces rather than reading those or hearing those, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Another thing that I noticed, you have used serif typefaces, which are beautiful, connected to the story if you're especially reading Shakespeare, but they're not the best choice when it comes to current VR resolutions. They seem quite fuzzy with the low resolution consumer headsets that we have. Yes, if you're using one of those rare 8K VR headsets, that's absolutely fine. But I would try to avoid using those, at least for the proof of concept, and keep using the sans serif typefaces. It's one of the best practices, even if you decide to continue with using text, to provide a background for the text. And I noticed that you've used a couple of times, in a couple of areas, but some texts were like just floating in the air, and that caused hardship with legibility. I noticed it must be a bug. Quite like jump or drop effect when you try to locomote. That's something that could cause discomfort. As I said, great visuals. I think it could lead to like a series types of experiences. So you start with tree, with other natural environments that you want to start people more appreciate. I think that's a cool approach. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll just start off. I think the consensus, Donovan, gorgeous environment. John, same thing, beautiful environment. And then Laura as well, like visually beautiful. I think the experience that you've created is great. I will take a tip from Mo. So one of the things I think would have made me like, if I was playing this, because the text that you see when you come off of the ship is just touch trees. So it would have been nice when you actually pan, because there are so many trees, like maybe the trees that you can interact with, like they shake or something like that, like some sort of like indicator that like these are the trees to interact with. Or if you decide to go like with the robot or like the sidekick thing, like as you get closer to trees, he could like prompt you like, hey, this tree has something to say. Like, I don't want to do that. I forget what game it is, but there was that like, hey, listen, like little thing. I think it's Zelda that has like the hey, listen, and it's like the fairy indicating that there's like something for you to do or interact with close by. So you could do like some prompting like that. But yeah, I mean, I'm always skeptical with like in-game voiceovers, because it's almost like you're forcing the experience to be something. And I'm one of the ones that like, as soon as I see like there's in-game voiceovers that you can't skip, I instantly mute them. But I actually enjoyed these ones because I think it helped build that like sense of wonder. Like for us, this seems normal, but you have to be in the mindset that you are an alien getting off on the planet and experience trees for the first time. So, Shakespeare, I thought was like a great one to go with, because it has like that power to kind of transport you mentally. But yeah, I mean, I love it. And I loved at the end how you said that whether you guys continue with this project, you already have plans to use what you've learned from this project to do other things. And I think that's a great approach to have. You don't always have to recreate the wheel. You can always reuse different skills and different assets. Oh, I think we lost your camera. I don't know if that was intentional or not.
No, I do have problem with my camera, so it keeps happening. Yes, but I can hear you. Yes, sorry.
Okay, perfect. Oh, no. I think we lost her completely. Let me see if I can add her back real quick. Miji, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. It happens every single day. I don't know what the solution is actually. So
No.
yes, about the tree.
Oh, no. Okay, Mo, we will continue on because I think Miji might be having some technical issues. But Miji, if you want to jump into the YouTube live chat and just do further explanation about your project, I'm sure we'd all love to hear it. But Mo, we will continue on. So I'll see you in a few minutes.
Sure.
All right, so the last learner presentation of the day is by Melinda Yang, and her presentation is entitled Midnight Chef. So Melinda, I will bring you to the stage now. Hey, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Doing great. A lot of amazing project.
I know, yeah. It's been a great one. Well, your project.
To the end.
I know. So I'm excited to see this one. So I think ultimately, like you and Shay, just from the titles, could probably collaborate together because it seems like there's a cooking kind of thing going on. But your project, Midnight Chef, is a VR game prototype to learn foods, effects, and values to influence sustaining balanced and nutritious diet outcomes. So if anybody watching wants to connect with Melinda, her LinkedIn is on the screen for you. And this project was aided by the help of circuit stream instructor Indica. So I will start your project now.
Midnight Chef is a VR game prototype to learn foods effects and values to influence sustaining balance and nutrition diet outcomes.
I started the project by seeing an opportunity to discuss nutrition in VR compared to a standard approach to teach nutrition in school, which is memorizing food groups and a suggest portion. I chose running a restaurant and cooking as a thing to learn nutrition because cooking is an intimate way to interact with food, and also cooking itself is a social act. I think the play and learn could offer an alternative to help young users build empathy and learn food's effects. The player will greet the customers, learn their needs, and prepare customized dishes to meet individual nutrition needs. The player will browse through a cookbook and brainstorm recipe ideas. And ready to collect the ingredients. While collecting ingredients, user can browse each ingredient's nutrition card. And collaborate and work with another chef. My design process is similar as how I design for 2D products. I start with defining the opportunity, research on the domain field, create user journeys, or we can call it storyboard in this game context. The majority of the game uses animation along with XR interaction toolkits such as XR simple interactors, simple interactable, and socket interactors, with hover and click action assigned to create the end-to-end experiences. There were two challenges of the game. First is the recipe search menu design. I tried dynamic interfaces, 3 panels, but there is a discoverability issues with how to let user know how to find it and trigger the menu. After many rounds of iteration, I was inspired by thinking of real-world metaphors that players are already familiar with. But on the prototype, the book systems involve many game objects overlaying each other and many child colliders inside the book. That causes problems to do specific interaction. Thanks to the instructor, Indica guide me in troubleshooting by working on the physics settings, by adjusting the collision detector so I can set which game object is interactable and which is not, and also assigned interactables to only interact with the specific colliders. Future roadmap. I plan to work with teachers to define appropriate students' ages for the game. Provide customization considering food access and cultural differences. Extend the game for multiplayers to play both roles as chefs and customers to increase social elements. Level up the customer's problems and difficulties by consulting experts in the nutritional field.
Yeah, my mind is blown. Like, that was amazing. I think I saw it in the chat, but so did you make all like the characters and assets yourself, or is that part of a pack?
Yeah, the characters assets are from Sketchfab and the restaurants from Asset Store.
Okay. Oh man, I mean, it's still amazing what you put together, but if you would have said that you created all those assets too, like that's like, nothing else to say at that point. Well, great. Well, I will bring Mo back to the stage.
Hey, Melinda.
Hello.
Such a nice project to finish this demo day. You made me hungry, and I blame you on that. I like that you shared the design process. I love the animation. I like the idea of turning that to a multiplayer experience. That would be amazing. Working on collaboration. you have covered so many things in your process. I love the fact that you iterated on the discoverability fact of the menu or the UI, and I think you landed on a really good idea. As you said, it could definitely improve, getting better, but I think that's the right direction you're going with. I'm not sure using the raycast for those basic interactions would be the best option for you, like the conversation that happening between the chef and let's call them customers. That could have been done easier on your side with your controllers mapping to the buttons rather than aiming and clicking, aiming and triggering, aiming and triggering. So that those seems extra effort to me. There were a couple of characters in that scene, so I couldn't, from the video, I couldn't understand which one is NPC, which one is a CPU. So that's something that you could work on. It doesn't need to be complex. It could be just the lighting, adding more visual clues to see this is the one that you need to interact with, or if there is any sequence you need to serve this customer first and then those kind of things. Placement of the cart on the back of the hand, it's always easy to start like putting things on the hand, but at the end of the day, if you think you're going to play that game for a longer period of time, that might lead to hand strain, which is known in the industry as gorilla arms. So imagine you're holding your hands because you're adding items to this and serving the next customer and serving the next customer and doing this repeatedly. That would cause hand strain. So that's something that you might reiterate on, maybe using a belt, maybe using a backpack, socket pockets and stuff like that. Just have a think on those. And also signifiers, having better signifier system for the interactable and non-interactable elements in terms of visual differences between those. But overall, I really liked it.
Thank you so much. Yeah, a lot of like great points. There's definitely a lot of like details I wanted to like refine to make them again more engaging. But yeah, a lot of like good way to go.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, I think I would echo John here with this comment. It's an impressive job. It seems almost complete to me. I think what you have, I mean, I hope you have people playing it. If you're looking for people to play it, you know, put me on that volunteer list. I would love to get my hands on it, because what you have, I think, is to the point where it's almost like it's going to get really, really specific from here. Like you have your build, it's doing like the overall goal of the build. And now it's going to be kind of like, even looking at your next steps, you're looking at the challenging effect, talking with different nutritionalists to like build out your menu book and different ingredients. But what you have right now, I mean, it looks amazing. And, you know, I think probably maybe one of the things I couldn't tell from the video. So like when you go grocery shopping, are you just like turning around to get groceries, or are you actually like transporting to like another location within the game or something?
Oh, right. Yeah. It's actually the storehouse in the restaurant.
Okay.
So I didn't include that in the video, but it will use locomotion and then going to a storehouse and come back to the restaurant.
Gotcha. Okay. Because I was going to say that would be a very cool aspect if it was like go to the grocery store and now you have to like find the right ingredients. Because I saw somebody threw in the comment, like, you know, the avocados aren't ripe yet. So that could be another like challenge aspect. Like not only do you have to find the right ingredients, but you're also teaching people how to find like good fresh ingredients and what to look for. You know, if you're looking at a mango, is it too squishy or something like that, or doing like a knock test on a watermelon. I think those could be like interesting, maybe more specific things that you could build in further down the road. But just especially looking at like the nutritional side of things, like you could do that for like meat, looking at expiration dates and all kinds of things, but just making sure you're not trying to put too much in like the restaurant scene. Like don't be afraid to transport us someplace else. Especially if it's in that same art aesthetic. I mean, I would love to see a world that looked like that. It gave me very much like Animal Crossing versus like those click games that you have on your phone when it's like Restaurant Frenzy and you're trying to do all the orders as fast as possible. So I really enjoyed it. But yeah, and then my last point was just echoing what Mo said, especially since it looked like you had like a line of customers. It would be a cool aspect to say like, almost like those click frenzy games, how you almost have to start multiple things and prioritize in your mind at the same time. So like if this person wants like an avocado BLT, but then this person just wants like guacamole, and you know guacamole is like avocado, for your recipe book, it might be avocado, tomatoes, and onions versus something else. Almost like forcing the player to like, okay, I can do that faster with the ingredients that I have. And now let me focus on this. And let me start the rice cooker now because I have 3 people that want sushi, but this person just wants like a boba tea or something like that. So doing things like that, I think we're definitely very specific, very fine tuning. But what you have is amazing. I loved it. Let's see. Yeah, and I mean, even Lucy's saying like maybe they can even go to the farmers market. Like, where market do you want to go to?
Wow, there you go. A lot of great ideas. This game scope has become bigger and bigger.
Yes, we'll work with some of the other presenters. I mean, we have Shay that was working on a cooking game. We have a lot of other people that had like interactable elements. So I think collaboration, definitely. The fact that you were a one woman team doing all of this is already like, I don't even know. Like my brain was like, I would need 17 of me to do a fraction of that.
Indica does help a lot. He's a lifesaver.
Nice. Well, great. Well, Mo, one last time, do you have any final hints, tips, tricks, different things that you might do for this project with Melinda?
No, I think it's absolutely, as you said, it's getting to the point that you would start calling it like a done state in terms of getting to the polishing. It has a good game mechanic, good kind of cause behind using VR, not just using VR because of VR. I think it could be really interesting. As Mondae mentioned, I think definitely you and others could benefit from collaborating, mixing and matching and bouncing ideas together, maybe having like side experiences. As a core experience would be the same thing that you just presented, but having side experiences that would happen. Maybe also giving up the NPCs to the actual players. So one would take off a role of a chef and the other player would be the customer. So that interaction would be two-way and dialectic rather than a monologue. But overall, I really liked it.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Melinda, for showcasing your project with us. Thank you, Mo, for the feedback. And I will send you both backstage now. All right. So those are our learner presentations for this year for Demo Day. So I just want to say to all of our presenters, congratulations. You know, we saw a ton of great work over the last couple hours. My jaw, I think I was trying to keep composure because we're on a live chat, but my jaw was definitely on the floor from the beginning with what we saw. I mean, amazing projects. I think it's things that I had never thought of. A lot of those are like new concepts that I would never even frame into VR. So for those in the chat, if you want to throw like the clapping hands emoji or just throw clapping hands, you know, just round of applause really quick for all the presenters. Congratulations. On the flip side, the stress is over. You don't have to worry about it anymore, but great work, everyone. All right, so just wrapping out this part of Demo Day. Like I said, after this, we are going to take a lunch break and then we're going to jump back into the stream. So, you know, save it on your tab, keep it open, whatever you need to do. And Steph will be leading our industry talk. So it'll be myself, Steph, and a few other people from the AR, VR, XR industry to really talk and engage, answer some questions that Steph has, but really more than anything, answer any questions that you all have. But before we get to that, I just wanted to quickly go through the 3 other programs that CircuitStream offers. So I'm going to give away my age just a little bit, but if any of you have ever seen like the TV show Zoom, this is like the end credits where it's like, if you like what you see, turn off your TV and do it. This is how you guys can get involved and really look at some of the programs CircuitStream has. So like I was saying, the first one we do is the interaction design and prototyping with XR. And like I was saying before, this one focuses on the how and not so much of the what. So you're going to be looking at like the aesthetics, the design elements, really how to create those beautiful experiences for the user or your client or your customer, whatever it might be. It is a 10 weeks of coursework, 80 hours, I believe. And it's 3 hours of instructions per week. And the next cohort for that actually starts on July 13th. So if you're interested in it, if you're a designer, if you're somebody that wants to get into XR design, or if you just want to hone your skills and get a refresher in XR design, please reach out to us via circuitstream.com or connect with the ambassadors or any of the CircuitStream instructors, whatever contact you have. The next class for that one will begin July 13th. For XR development, this is going on to the other side of like, what does XR do? So for this one, it is going to focus more along like the interactable elements and building like the actual XR environments. And this one also spends a good portion of their time talking about C# programming. Again, I knew absolutely nothing about programming before I started taking the XR dev course, and it starts with people at that level. So we start off with the basics, build you into the program. By the end of it, you're building, you know, what you've seen today. So these projects, really bringing your ideas and your creations to life through design and programming. It's very beginner friendly. It doesn't only focus on VR, so you'll actually go through a few weeks of AR development, and then also just like 3D and 2D Unity development and how C# programming applies to all three of those phases. So it's very encompassing, very portfolio based, industry recognized certification. So after you go through this program or the XR design program, you do get the CircuitStream certification, and you have the ability to sit for the Unity certification with the skills that you have. If you're interested in the XR dev course, that next cohort for that course will begin on July 26th. So again, reach out to us, whether it's through LinkedIn, if you have emails, or if you just want to go to circuitstream.com. I'll post that email, I'll post the website for you at the end of this presentation, so that way you can take it down and get more information. And the newest addition to the CircuitStream kind of learning portfolio that we offer is a Unity Developer Bootcamp. So I am currently taking this bootcamp. I absolutely love it. For anybody who really wants to get the full encompassing effect of how to be a Unity developer, I would highly recommend this bootcamp. What they do is they break down the a complete 3D development career path. So we have career workshops that really help you out, building your portfolio, networking, collaboration, all of the questions that people ask. How do I break into the XR career? How do I get, you know, my first job in technology or design? The bootcamp answers all those questions, and then also gives you the skills that you need to be 100% comfortable in those conversations. Along with that, for anybody who's in the beginning stages of building their portfolio, the bootcamp, when you leave it, you'll actually have 10 projects that you would have built throughout the bootcamp. Some of those will be your own personal projects that you build with the CS instructors as you go through the bootcamp. But then also some of those will be collaborative projects that you build with the other learners going through the bootcamp with you. You'll have one-on-one career services. Again, you'll have that industry recognized certification, and it's over $100,000 in scholarships available. So if you're interested, you know, reach out sooner rather than later. The next cohort for that is October 11th. But we do have limited availability. So definitely, even if you're interested a little bit, reach out to us, see how you can apply for those scholarships. It is an application process, and I believe it's a 4-phase application process. So again, the sooner you reach out to us, the sooner we can get you applying for scholarships. If you qualify for them, the sooner you can start the application process. Don't hesitate. We do have limited slots, and they fill up quite fast. But again, as somebody taking that boot camp now, I absolutely love it. I've been through the XR dev course, and the boot camp has been able to elaborate on so many things that we honestly maybe don't have time for in the XR dev course, and honestly going deeper into some of the things. So a lot more of like the technical aspects, how to optimize your project and really get your project to the point where you can start putting it on, you know, the App Store or SideQuest, or, you know, selling it to a client or a customer, whatever it might be. So it's been a great experience so far, and I highly recommend it. So if you're interested at all, whether you're ready to apply for one of those courses, or if you want a syllabus, or really just to connect and learn more about how CircuitStream can help you, whether you have specific questions that you want to ask, or if you just want to learn more, reach out to us via circuitstream.com/learning. We'll get you connected with somebody who can definitely answer your questions and really answer anything that you might have about any of the courses that we have, whether it's these dev courses. We also do workshops online, so stay connected with us through our social media platforms if you just want to get, you know, general knowledge before you do a course on some of those workshops that we do as well. And that is all for part one. So again, thank you all virtually for joining. Thank you participants for getting your projects to the point where they're at, where you're able to participate in Demo Day. So right now we are about 10 minutes ahead of schedule, which for some might be a good thing, some might be a bad thing. I like to finish early. But we are going to take a break now, and we're going to come back at 1:30 p.m. Pacific time for our XR industry talk. So the special guests are going to be me representing Bungie, Paul Parkinson from Oracle, and Jeremy Roland from Accenture. The industry talk is going to be led by Steph, as well as me. But really, this is your opportunity to connect with individuals that are in the industry, ask any questions that you might have about getting involved in the industry, how to get a project from start to finish, how did we start our journey into the industry, or really anything you have. So I will break now. Thank you all for joining, and I hope to see you for the industry talk. Thank you.
All right, all right. How is everyone doing today? We're back from our demo day lunch break session. It was great to see all the demos happen earlier. It was quite a long session, 2.5 hours long, going through various student projects built out of the XR development and our interaction design and prototyping for XR courses. And phenomenal work. Again, a round of applause to all of the students who had presented earlier today. Some phenomenal projects that were built, the last 2-3 weeks of the 10-week courses and programs. So kudos, hats off to everyone. We're streaming through various different platforms at the moment: YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn. So we've got a bunch of different micro audiences here. But it's a pleasure and an honor to start kicking off this XR industry talk with various special guests here today. We have Mondae, who you met earlier, representing and coming from Bungie. We have Paul Parkinson, one of our curriculum advisory board members and currently working at Oracle. Similarly, Jeremy Roland, a pleasure and an honor to have him join us from Accenture, and a curriculum advisory board member himself as well. And we've got another special guest who's not listed on the slide, but I'll share a bio of him as well, Jeff LaFrenz from VizWorks. So I'm going to toss everyone up onto the stage here. But before I do continue doing that, really excited to be holding this XR industry talk. So if anyone has any questions, toss them into any of the chats that you're tuning in from, whether it's YouTube, LinkedIn, or Facebook. We'll pull up the questions. We'll get these experts sharing their insights. I'll be asking some questions as well, just to start the conversations, get things flowing. But really, it's a pleasure and an honor to have all these folks join us. So a little bit about myself, for those of you who might be new to CircuitStream, coming from a global audience. My name is Stefan. I lead partnerships at CircuitStream. Several years of experience in the tech industry, travel IT, learning management system providers, business integration and ERP platforms, and now in the beautiful world of XR, or kind of the umbrella term for virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality. And a little interesting fact about myself: I was a member of Water Polo Canada, trained with the 2008 Beijing Olympic team, never went to the Olympics, but great experience nonetheless. And you've met Mondae earlier today during the demo sessions that he was hosting, but it's a pleasure and an honor to have Mondae join this industry talk as well. He's a production engineering manager at Bungie. He comes with 4 years of experience in business strategy and innovation, specifically ops and process improvement management, and athleticism. In 2018, he was sponsored for the Spartan Race athlete. I want to do the Spartan Race one day, just get all muddy and dirty and go through all the crazy stuff there. But pleasure and an honor to have Mondae join us. We also have Jeremy Roland here today. Jeremy is an XR Tech Innovation Strategy Manager at Accenture. He has over 11 years of experience in the education field as an instructor, class builder, curriculum and leadership team, thesis review board author, tech lead, and so much more. With that, he has 25 years of experience in 3D content. So with that includes XR, games, movies, music videos, TV, medical, product design, ArchViz, and rapid prototyping. I couldn't fit all of the information and the experience that he has in one slide, but really a pleasure and an honor to have Jeremy join us here today. Mohammad, unfortunately, he is based out of the UK after he was leading the demo sessions earlier. He's having dinner right now, taking some time off. But we do also have Paul Parkinson joining us. Paul himself is an architect and dev advocate at Oracle. He has modern application development experience in Dataplace Cloud, specifically with the work he does at Oracle. And this includes microservices, mobile, XR, and so many other technologies. Now, my experience with 7 years in tech isn't a lot with this phenomenal board of experts joining us here today. Paul has over 20 years of experience at Oracle, over 25 patents, and 40 plus years of programming experience. So a true veteran in the field. Pleasure to have him join us. And he develops both products and a number of workshops for various technologies and industries. So super excited to hear his insights and experience as well. But with that, let me share my screen because I do also want to introduce Jeff here. So let me share my screen, make sure I click on the right screen. There it is. I don't know if you can see this, but I'm going to increase it a bit. Jeff was happy to join us and support us very last minute here. So Jeff, thank you so much. Jeff is the president at VisWorks, a technology solutions advocate as well, an international speaker, community supporter, and an underwater photographer as well, believe it or not. So any water enthusiasts out there, give Jeff a shout. Let him know that that you might be interested in some of the same things as well. But with that, I'm actually going to stop sharing my screen here, and I will pull up all the expert panel members here. So here they are. Hello, gentlemen. How are you all doing today?
Very well.
Good. Hey, everyone.
Well, to kick things off here, I'd love to just go one by one, have everyone just kind of introduce themselves, maybe a little bit about the work that they're doing at the company and the organizations, and we'll get going from there. And for those who aren't speaking at the moment, I'll just ask you to mute yourself. To kick things off, I will let's get Paul. Paul, let's get you to do a quick intro here.
Yeah, sure thing. So you saw I've been programming forever since I was 8 years old. So this is an amazing company I'm with here. Wow. My XR experience is like maybe 6 years, and then started just more and more every year. And so basically what I've done is I was going to do my own thing, and then I realized at Oracle that there's all this, the exact technology on the back end in particular for XR. And so that's what I've been doing. It's been, each week 10% more probably as far as XR, and I'm spending so much time, and as reflected in the industry. It's cool too to see Jeremy. Oracle works with Accenture on a number of different projects, so that's cool. I wasn't expecting to speak with someone that I collaborate with in general. So yeah, that's my basic experience bringing the Oracle technologies to the XR space.
Beautiful. Thank you, Paul. Really appreciate it. And next one, let's transition into Jeremy. Jeremy, tell us a little bit about yourself and the work that you do as well.
Yeah, so let's see. I first experienced VR in the 90s at a little arcade at a little mini golf place. I played Dactyl's Nightmare. I don't know if you guys remember that. But at that point, I knew I wanted to do VR. I knew it was going to come back one day. So I got into wanting to do games and things. So I never knew if I wanted to do the art side or the programming side. So I kind of did both.
Right.
I ended up going to college for art and everything. So I'm primarily kind of a technical environment artist of sorts, but I've worked in all the 3D industries and do everything from animation, VFX, and all the above. I've been at Accenture for over 5 years, working on all types of stuff, from AR to VR. Most recently, I'm mostly working on the new NJX program. So the new onboarding program, you may have seen stuff online from that, right. But a lot of alt space stuff. So that's what I'm doing now.
Right on. And tell us a little bit about Open AR Cloud, if you don't mind. I've always been curious to learn more, and I know some people have asked me earlier as well. Do you mind sharing more about that?
It's probably a little misleading on my LinkedIn because I haven't really done much with them for a while.
Right.
Early on we were starting to get things going, but it's been kind of quiet on that. I've been pretty busy, and so I haven't done a lot with that. So I don't think there's too much to report.
No worries. I appreciate it, Jeremy. Thank you so much for sharing. Let's get Jeff. Jeff, would love to hear more about yourself and the work that you're up to at VisWorks.
Sure. So good to meet all of you as well. A pleasure for sure to be on this panel with everyone. So my background, I'm originally a systems engineering professional, electrical computer engineering, large-scale solutions engineering projects, satellite ground stations, air traffic control systems, kind of these big-scale systems engineering projects. But actually almost exactly 10 years ago now, we spun VisWorks out from a local university here in Calgary, focused on this whole area of how do we use advanced technology to more
closely connect to and engage with people, help them understand the complex data environments that they're living in, and ultimately turn that into better decision making. So that's kind of our core context around the company. And we use a lot of technologies, obviously, immersive reality technologies of all sorts, complex data viz, web, mobile, whatever is appropriate for the particular end user requirements. Our focus is industrial, our focus is commercial, defense, aerospace. We work in all these kind of industries. We use gaming technologies to solve those kind of business problems. And that varies everything from work we've done in the construction industry, where we're using immersive realities as part of the design phase and engineering to enable people to walk around physical buildings while they're still digital models, and give them that really true understanding of spatial relationships between things that they don't get out of looking at it on a 2D screen, to next generation control room technologies that we're building right now, to immersive reality training environments, a whole variety of these end use cases where they're really leveraging the power of immersive reality to provide capabilities you just don't get out of classical ways of presenting information.
Right. No, that's amazing work you guys are doing there, Jeff. Really loved hearing that. Thank you so much for sharing. And the last one I do want to share is Mondae. But before I get into it, I might have to hop off for a minute. I'm expecting a package to come in. So if I turn off my screen, I'll be back in 30 seconds or so. But Mondae, please, would love to learn more about yourself and the work you do at Bungie.
Yeah, so I will start by saying I have the biggest case of imposter syndrome right now, because hearing everybody else's introduction, I'm just like, I think I came to the wrong room. But yeah, so I just started with Bungie 3 months ago. So I'm kind of the beginning stages of, Paul and Jeremy and Jeff. I'm like at the beginning of everything. And really, I guess maybe I'm like the perspective of the people in all of this. So I took the XR Dev course through Circuit Stream back in November of last year, and went into that course really like my background is not programming. I tried Unity and Unreal multiple times to no success and was just frustrated with it. And pretty much went into Circuit Stream just like I want to learn how to make like a simple game. And somehow, some way, going through Circuit Stream, everything just like fired up and clicked in my brain. And before I knew it, I was making these like major worlds and photon networking with people and, collaborating. And I love collaborating, with my background in like management and process improvement. It's always about collaboration and getting people to challenge themselves to think differently. So yeah, really just fell in love with it, and it just made sense. Like all of a sudden, C# just made sense. Yeah, like using Unity just made sense. So I was able to build a portfolio very quickly. And Bungie saw some of the stuff that I was putting up on like LinkedIn and some of my other social media platforms, and reached out to me. And the role that I'm at with Bungie is pretty much like the best of both worlds. As a production engineering manager, a lot of what I do is looking at the processes of how we develop our games and how do we stay like market competitive, and what are the new things, like what's going on now in the market, but also what are people engaging in, which is of course, excuse me one second. Sorry. So which is of course like, mixed reality is something that I've been very like vocal about, like what is Bungie's approach to mixed reality? Are we going to create some sort of a platform? But then also being able to be engaged with the people. So yeah, I guess voice of the people, to sum it all up. It doesn't take much. It just takes a few good projects to like get your foot in the door. And getting your foot in the door does not always mean like you are going to be entry level. Like this is my first time being in any type of tech. I came from sciences and hospital management, and I'm a manager. So you can definitely leverage it. I'm happy to be among the greats. Like it's an honor. I didn't realize like everybody around me was going to be like worlds above me, but I'm definitely happy for this opportunity to connect and engage with everyone.
No, it's great to have you here as well, Mondae, and looking forward for you sharing your insights to the audience and any questions that do come up. So with that, I know Jeremy touched on it a little bit, how he got into XR, playing that game that he mentioned. I was way too young back then to know what that game was. I think I must have been playing Game Boy, like Pokemon at that time. But would love to hear from all of you how you got into XR. Just a little bit more for those who might be exploring this, and And after that, I'd love to hear where you see the future of XR going. But before we get into the future of XR, let's get into, how you got into XR and what you really enjoy about it. So let's kick it off with Paul, if you don't mind, Paul.
Sure. Yeah, I remember that game was in like the mall for like 2 months, and it was like, what happened? And like you say, you knew it was going to come back, right? Like we had these little iterations of the Lawnmower Man and all that jazz, right? And Tron, I think, was probably the first he actually, So like you say, you know it's coming, right? The first time at least that's what I think. First time you saw something like that, it's almost obvious. Like, of course, that's going to be some kind of, the phones are this is gonna be replaced by this, and so I think it was for me that type of thing where it was like just the movies, and then just staying on track with it, and I think that is it too. Like Mondae was just saying, it touches so many areas now, so it's almost like when I try and describe this stuff, to whoever, it's mobile, but it's take every single aspect of mobile and then just times 10 as far as where it's exposed. So and then the fact that you can, if you're coming from design or programming, which is my background, of course, you can plug into this, and the collaboration is so natural. So especially at this stage, I'm working with marketing more than I ever have, because everybody's trying to define what it is and what's going to be used, and it's coming to the point now where a lot of customers are like, what do you have now? Like all of us can dream all day, and now it's starting to be that type of reality, and just the tech is there. So I guess that brings us to the current day as far as how I got involved in it.
No, thank you for sharing, Paul. And you mentioned like this can be applied to this tech can be applied to so many different areas, right?
Yep.
And I'm sure for those of you who've caught our workshops where I've spoken on them before, I always love sharing that. I believe it was PwC, Pricewaterhouse, mentioned that almost 24 million jobs worldwide by 2030 will be employing VR or AR in one way or another for training, collaborations, and whatever it may be. So, it's just going to keep exploding and growing. It's great to see you veterans here who have paved the way for our younger generations to continue growing the field. So, so much space to grow. And now with the buzz of the metaverse, it's just going to, I think, continue exploding. But Jeremy, you did mention how you got into XR. Is there anything you wanna add into what else kind of motivated you to continue working in the field?
I just love building worlds and like exploring what I can create, but also exploring like other people's worlds. It's like taking something that's in somebody's head and making it this tangible, like experienceable place. It becomes a real thing. So I think that's one of the big things. I just really enjoy exploring worlds and the creativity. It's like, this is all new. There's so much room for it to grow. There's so much maturing that needs to happen, and it's fun being a part of that, because you can really just like push the envelope. There's no walls right next to you. Like there are some walls, kind of limits of the technology that just keep moving further and further out as you continue to like explore. So it's really cool.
No, I totally agree. Like, again, stuff is limitless, and we're still kind of pioneering the way. I mean, I like to think I am, but you guys have been around for so much longer, really paving the way with everything. But no, thank you for sharing, Jeremy. And Jeff, what got you into XR and motivated you to, kickstart VisWorks and, make a larger impact in the world out there?
So my background has always been more in the industrial commercial side of things, and I think my first real experience with something that is in that kind of domain of XR was immersive rooms. So these physical places where you had to go to actually experience the 3D environments, cave environments, if there are people familiar with that kind of context of a cave environment. So it was not something that a general consumer would have access to. These are, multi-million-dollar rooms that are designed and built for industrial applications. But the power of being able to see things in 3D and actually truly understand relationships between things, spatial relationships, really showed that the opportunity was there to leverage that to solve some really critical challenges within the industry. And kind of riffing a little bit on what Jeremy's saying, I came at it from the perspective, not so much from the this is cool, this is interesting, but it was cool in history, absolutely. But it was more from the what can we do with this? What kind of real world problems can we solve with this that are not easily solved otherwise? I'll give you an example. One of the projects I'm working on in this area of immersive control rooms is that we're right now using this immersive control room technology with one of the space and defense companies in Canada, MDA out of Vancouver, and Simon Fraser University and Digital Supercluster, to address the global issue of illegal fishing. This is an industry in which, if you kind of dive into it, there are literally tens of billions of dollars of lost economic value to the local countries due to these illegal fishing fleets. They are doing massive environmental damage to the planet as a result of their activities. They're also one of the largest sources of effectively slavery in the world, because a lot of the people on board those ships are not there of their own free will.
Right.
And there's no easy way to stop them in the way it's currently structured, because they're operating in a large environment with little ability to actually detect what they're doing. So providing systems using and leveraging technologies like this immersive reality world we all work in here to provide new ways of engaging, understanding, and ultimately interdicting these people who are doing these activities is a real world use case of immersive realities, and providing this to the coast guards, to the military, or whoever it is for the various countries around the world who's responsible for managing and monitoring their oceans. So this gets me up in the morning, right? We're doing something that actually has a real world positive impact on the world, and that makes a difference to me. And so all the things we do are really driven around that idea around how can we make the world a better place, and how can we leverage technologies like this to do so.
Super inspiring, Jeff. I love it. And I think that's, what really motivates us all here on the panel today, and those who are looking into XR dev and working in the space is, making a change with, certain issues or challenges presented with different communities or other areas out there. So it's really, really inspiring to hear that from yourself, Jeff. And I'm sure it's something that we can all really relate to and resonate with. Mondae, would love to, ask you what got you into XR. I know you kicked things off with Circuit Stream towards the end of last year with the courses, but tell us more about what really got you in and what's motivated you to stay.
Yeah, I mean, I think my initial interest came about very innocently. So Richard and I have talked about this, but I'm a huge Trekkie. So growing up watching like the old Star Trek and just watching it as I've grown up, like it's always been that you knew it was future state and it always seemed very far off. And it seemed like one day you woke up and Star Trek was like no longer fantastical. Like the only thing fantastical about Star Wars, Star Trek at this point is just we haven't confirmed that aliens exist. Like we haven't seen them. They don't walk among us yet, but the technology they have is no longer this like gasp of a moment when you're watching a new episode of Star Trek. And so I think it's always been kind of like in the back of my head that like technology like that is very interesting, very exciting. And then going into like my professional career, my first like second real job was like hospital management. And I remember we got the Da Vinci instrumentation from some of our surgery procedures. And the next thing that they had like on their future still docket was mixed reality training. And I had never heard what mixed reality was before, but since I was in the ops management, the pitch that they had was just like, made me realize even more like we are living in Star Trek and just haven't realized it yet. And then going from there to like pharmaceutical and the lab world, the first thing that they were saying is like, how can we reduce costs with like training and onboard more people faster? And one of the things that they talked about was like, can we do virtual onboarding where we either build or pay somebody to build a virtual lab, and instead of paying like the HR costs, the loss of productivity costs, like all those business costs, I won't bore everybody on the stream with all the business stuff, but instead of accruing all of those just like losses for the cost of onboarding somebody, we spend $300 on an Oculus headset and tell them to go into this empty lab room and essentially train in VR. And so they pitched that idea, I think in August. And that's where it's really when I saw Circuit Stream, and I think I saw the XR Dev course, and so it was almost like selfishly I was trying to leverage myself to like be part of that project.
Right.
And then I did build that simulation for them, and they loved it. And it kind of just didn't have the support that it needed to catch steam. But that was like the first portfolio project I had, was this like lab simulation. And it's been my addiction ever since. I don't think I can go a weekend without like exploring like a new toolkit or going on YouTube and seeing like a new method of doing things. And I think since I'm still very young in it, I still have that new sense of wonder. And a lot of it is, you know, it started from watching sci-fi and being honestly being a nerd and just wanting that to be my reality.
Right. And you know, it's same. I've seen this, like you said, Star Trek, Star Wars. Star Trek's probably the best one we could kind of relate to, because I think they were the first ones to have that like mobile phone, essentially, like talking wirelessly, right? And here we are, we've all got mobile phones. So no, super great to hear, Mondae. Thank you very much for sharing. And now I'd like to ask you panel members here, and for those of you who are tuning in through whichever channel you're listening to right now, do ask some questions. If you got some questions for any of the panel members here, feel free to toss them in there. Louise did mention, Mondae, that you need to come visit us in Alberta and take a trip to the town of Vulcan. I don't know if it was filmed in Vulcan or they were just inspired by the town of Vulcan. You'll have to let us know, Louise. But I think it is a pretty big Star Trek place here in Alberta.
Nice. I will add it to my bucket list.
And then let's see. We've got one of the audience members. That's awesome, Mondae. And as a fellow science major, lab simulation is a perfect use case. Yeah, totally agree. But next question I'd like to ask and bring up is, you know, seeing we're kind of talking about the XR industry here, how you guys got into it, what's kind of kept you motivated to stay within it. Where do you all see the future of this technology going, the future of XR? And I'll kick it off with Paul, if you'd like. Where do you see the future of XR going?
Yeah, I'll just speak to what I'm working in, and I see the future, which is particularly in Oracle. So a lot of what Jeff was describing in the construction space, that has been the first really big real application of it. So we have an innovation lab, which we have this in a number of construction sites, but the innovation lab is constantly creating a point cloud via the drones, and Oracle has a cooperation with Boston Dynamics. So we have one of the Boston Dynamics dogs goes through the innovation labs and just robotics is another amazing field. But it's pretty much what Jeff was explaining, you know, where you can see, you know, everybody can meet in VR world and walk through the building, and you can see what maintenance was done where. You can see through walls to see that this piping was used, and essentially putting Post-it notes so that you can then drag a timeline back and forth and see, you know, at what stages. So things like that, construction, like I say, that seems to be the first. Mm-hmm. Of course, retail, consumption is always a massive. Yeah, exactly. That's funny. I completely echo what Jeff says, though, because it does. You know, the helping the world type stuff is amazing. And Oracle just acquired Cerner.
Okay.
That was its biggest acquisition ever, and so that just went in last week. And so Oracle is full on with the healthcare cases, and so a lot of the future of that is unified health. You guys are in Canada, but the United States needs a unified health system in particular. That was proved in the last few years. So anyway, it's facilitating that, but also a lot of like computer vision and other technologies, so that, you know, all the, you know, going through 1,000 X-rays and having this computer AI do it, and the concept of having it aid the doctor as well, and this remote assist and things like that. So that's another big area that I, you know, I'm personally involved in. So yeah, those are probably three of the biggies that I can mention off the bat. There's also finance, but that's you know, I don't know, that's boring. But it has, you know, there's been an evolution in the finance industry as far as, you know, changing role of banks and companies providing finance APIs and things like that. Mm-hmm. The digital assistants, the digital doubles and everything I'm mentioning now So yeah, those are, you know, 4 areas that I work in a lot that I see just completely grabbing the future. Yeah.
Totally. No.
And games.
And games, obviously. Yeah. Yeah.
Start and end with games. Yeah.
No, I totally agree, Paul. There's you know, so much opportunity for in all of those different areas you touched on for the future of XR, and I'm sure it's going to impact them all greatly, and already has.
Exactly.
So Jeremy, you know, would love to hear your kind of thoughts and insights on where you think the future of XR is going, and maybe what you're most excited about there as well.
Yeah, well, I'm excited about all of it. I think there's like limitless possibilities. There's just so many use cases we haven't discovered yet, and that are just going to emerge. And as things evolve, it's just going to create new areas for new things. But let's see, I did want to say, I remember, I don't know if it was like Elon Musk or somebody was talking about kind of the way we get data right now is, you know, you look at your phone, you get on the internet, and you're reading. When you read text, like your mind has to like translate that into, like, you're creating a picture in your mind of like what you're reading and trying to figure out a situation. And there's like this translation that's happening all the time. Mm-hmm. And so it's like it's kind of a low bandwidth way of getting information, and then there's lots of room for things to get kind of lost in that translation as well. And the more, you know, immersive things are, and the closer they are to like actual human experience of things, like describing an experience, it's much more to the point and impactful and meaningful and like and faster kind of bandwidth. Like you're getting that information with like every sense, you know, instead of just like one and trying to translate it to the others. So I think that's like one big part of it, and I think that's also why it is such like a great thing for education. I think it's just gonna, like, education, it's just gonna kind of rule the roost or whatever, because it's just a better way to learn things, and you can get in situations that you wouldn't normally be able to in the real world. I mean, you could, but they'd be dangerous, or there was like one of the earlier demos, one of our teams at Accenture built something called Meltdown, and it's like you're in a nuclear reactor and things are going haywire. There's like an explosion, fire and stuff, and you're trying to like fix all this stuff, and there's all these, you know, controls and stuff you have to change, and you know, you're in this like high stress environment. You're like, oh my god, I got it. And it's if you were to try to do that in the real world, or at least like a, you know, I mean, you can simulate it, but with like fake props or programs or whatever in the real world, but I mean, that's much more expensive too. Mm-hmm. But you can really like get the whole full experience that you want, and then you can get all the analytics out of that as well. Like, you know, the users were for some reason always looking at this thing. Like, maybe we need to change the design of that panel to, you know, so people like don't look at that, or they do look at that, or whatever. Like, you can really kind of fine tune things.
Right.
But yeah, I think in the future it's just going to be, I mean, hardware wise, I think, you know, we've got this big thing we put on, and you know, it's getting smaller and smaller, but you know, there's people making the contact lenses and stuff, and I think it could even go beyond that. Like, I'm not sure if, I feel like Tom Furness or somebody had a patent for this, maybe, or maybe it's just an idea that came into my head. I don't know, but I was thinking like you could also have like kind of IoT, like lasers kind of attached, like sitting on their wall or something, like an Alexa almost, that could beam lasers into your eye. Like, if you know, use computer vision to see where people's eyes are, and then it can aim lasers at your eye and draw pictures on your eye, you know. And you could technically have, you know, like Minority Report, I think he's like walking through the you know, lobby or whatever, and little lasers like shooting down or whatever and creating things. But I think you could literally draw images, like, you know, in people's eyes, so they don't actually have to wear anything. I mean, there's like privacy and public things you'd have to figure out
to keep
around that kind of technology. But I don't know, I think there's going to be other ways, and I'm not so sure we're all going to like jack in like in the Matrix necessarily, but maybe some people want to go that route. I don't know. I don't know, it could go anywhere. There's so many things with AI. There's, you know, Midjourney. Have you seen Midjourney? That the art that AI can create now is like amazing to generate concepts and stuff. Like, and just seeing what that can do and then applying that to other things, including VR, and like you can just, you know, there's so many connections that will enable all these other things, you know, and it's definitely an interesting time to be in this field.
Yeah, agreed, and totally agree with everything you said. We have a comment here who also mentioned the use of, you know, XR for news delivery and journalism is something that seems like a lot of potential. I've seen already augmented reality being applied to news, you know, trying to highlight or illustrate, you know, the tornado that's coming in or whatnot. So so many different places you can apply it to. I'll ask Jeff as well the same question, where you think the future of XR going. And I do see some questions in the chat here as well, and I know Mondae really wants to get to the questions too, so we'll get Jeff to answer and then we'll hop into the questions there. So Jeff, would love to hear your thoughts on where you think the future of XR is going.
So, I mean, both Paul and Jeremy, I totally agree with what you guys are saying in terms of where things are going, and I'll add on a bit on that, in that what I'm seeing a lot of is convergence. We're getting convergence between a lot of different technology domains. The AR, VR, XR broadly, space, AI, hardware technologies that are starting to become more and more robust and more less and less intrusive, shall we say, in our ability to use them. You know, it's one thing to say, you know, okay, I've got my cell phone and I can, you know, use that as an AR access device as an example, but it's still clunky from the perspective of a user experience. You get it down to the level where it's my glasses or my contacts, and now it just becomes part of my world. This is the true merged reality environment in which the digital and the physical information is just it's seamlessly engaging. IoT sensors are collecting data from all this stuff. That data is processed by AI. It's presented to me in whatever is the most efficient way to present it to me in the environment, in the context of what I happen to be, and what information I need to know in that context. This is where I see all this stuff progressing as we move down this path. And, you know, and sure, we're kind of in that early stage where there's a lot of rough corners on this stuff, and it's not quite easy and intuitive for everybody to engage and interact with, but it's getting better. And I think more and more as we go down this path, that's the trending I'm seeing, is this real connection between all these different things. And by the way, Jeremy, actually, there was a company I interviewed with 20 years ago. Yeah, it's probably about 20 years ago. That was working on laser retinal scanning software. But they was glasses based, so they wanted to actually use glasses and, you know, paint pictures on your eyeballs using lasers on your eyeballs. I have no idea what happened to that company, but they were looking at it at the time, and it was quite interesting and advanced, of course, for that particular time period they're looking at it. So it's certainly not out of the realm of potential in terms of that capability.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I think, technologies out there that, like, you know, they may have failed, but like a big part of that equation is like, what time, you know, are you trying to make that thing happen? Because like something that failed 10 years ago, you know, 5 years from now is like ripe for working. You know, you got all the new tech that's there.
Well, there's an old saying of, you know, anybody developing tech stands on the shoulders of the giants that came before you. I'm misquoting it, but that essential essence, right? And that's exactly that, right? There's been a lot of things that have happened in the past, some of which have succeeded, some of which have not, that can be the roots of things that go forward from here, for sure. And I see that even within the AR, VR, XR broadly space, we're going to have a lot of missteps. We're going to have things that didn't quite go the way we expected them to go. And that'll ultimately lead to other things in the future that are even better. There is one aspect that I'm seeing, and I think there's even some gaming that's starting to do this, where you're starting to bring in things like Neuralink and these other kind of neural brain scanners and AR or VR in this particular case together. There was one act, I can't remember the particular game, but there was a game that was actually structured around this in terms of sensing how much fear you're experiencing and ramping up or down the level of fear in the game to make sure you're at that peak concern point within the game or whatever, you know, they're trying to accomplish, right? So, you know, this ability to actually read your brain waves and use those as part of the experience, again, it's this convergence of technologies coming together to really create an experience level which is, you know, much bigger than the opportunity of individual technologies by themselves. Now, flip that on its side from the kind of stuff we do. If you're looking at it from a learning environment, one of the challenges in a learning environment is people get overwhelmed. they don't understand it. Maybe they're not naturally attuned to that way of presenting information to them. Being able to use things like neural feedback and other kind of biometric feedback as part of the learning environment, and then adjust the way you present training to improve their ability to learn, is a massively opportunistic approach where you merge these technologies together.
Yeah.
And just to kind of share some experience based on what he was saying, like I'm building like the new joiner experiences for the Accenture onboarding, as well as some other groups and clients and things. And one thing that I do keep in mind, like while I'm working, is like when you're designing a space, you want to keep the kind of language that people understand about the world to help, reduce confusion and lead people in the right direction and things. If you show a door that's open, it sort of says, hey, you can walk through me, and something's behind here. If it's closed, it says maybe you can walk in here, but maybe not. If there's a wall, you're not going to go there, right? But with VR, you can do anything. So like you could make a totally abstract world if you want, but when you do that, people don't know the language that you're speaking when you're speaking abstractly. But because you can create an abstract world, you can also communicate ideas that you wouldn't otherwise be able to communicate, or more efficiently, or you can get straight to the point. So it's this like balance of like kind of pushing the envelope of what you can do with VR, while like not leaving people behind, that are experiencing this for the first time. And so like, one thing, we'll put chairs and stuff in VR, to help, partly to just like, this is a space, and there's seats in it, but we try to use it for like getting people to congregate in certain areas too. Like here, this is a little area you can socialize in. But I've noticed even with my team, like there'll be like, I remember noticing this specifically. I was like having this big chat with my team during this event. There's 4 of us talking like in a square kind of, and right next to us, we had like a little cubby area that was meant for having 4 people talk to each other with 4 chairs. And we're like sitting here having this long conversation. And we just never took that step over to like, be kind of like sitting in those chairs or anything, because they don't really matter. But there's something about having them there visually that sort of invites it. But at the same time, I don't know, it's not necessary. So I think as time goes on and these worlds keep getting built and people get more comfortable with it, you're going to see the worlds take shape in a lot of different ways, and it's going to kind of evolve. The language is going to evolve. The design of like the kind of social design and the design of the worlds is going to change, and people's vocabulary for that is going to change over time as you learn like what works in that space and people get comfortable with it.
Totally. No, that's totally agree with you there, Jeremy. And thank you all for sharing where you think this is all going and even elaborating further on that. We do have about, I'd say 17 minutes until, want to respect your guys' times. I know you've got busy schedules as well. But I do have some questions here in the chat that I'd love to bring up, and feel free to unmute yourself whenever you'd like if you want to answer right away. But just, so we can get through some of them. There's one here from Rachel, and Rachel was asking to the panel, as a UX designer, how do you think she can get in the XR field without leaving UX? Which skills are most needed? So if anyone's able to touch up on that for Rachel, that'd be great.
I was gonna do the Family Feud on mute thing. Right. That's funny. I didn't notice this question, but I saw another question that said, what's the big hurdles?
Yep.
And it's the UX. I think it's the ease of use of this. Within 10 seconds, if somebody puts that headset on, and let alone if they're dizzy, of course, but if they put it on and they don't know what's going on, it's over, right? And being older, I can say each year, take off a second of how much patience you're going to have with new tech, right? So I think the collaboration we've been talking about, but the designers become more and more important, I think. And that's a developer talking, it's so important in this space. And so getting into the field, that's, I think, just collaboration. You're going to see a lot of developers saying, I need a UX guy. Whatever, LinkedIn, wherever, in the for sure in the Circuit Stream Discord channels and all. So that would be mine. I think that'll be easy.
I concur with that, absolutely. It's a big focus that we have as well. UX and UI as well are both critical elements of every kind of application, and particularly immersive reality applications, because they are so experiential. If you have a bad experience, it cements tighter in your kind of psyche than it would perhaps in a classical, desktop type environment or web environment. So, we, of course, we all live this world. We know that virtual reality has gotten better and better from a hardware perspective, to the point where it's very rare for people to have that kind of uneasy, kind of stomachy, upset stomach feeling about it, or nausea. But if you don't do the software right, you can recreate that very nicely in people, and you don't want to do that, obviously. And so the UX is critical in terms of not just the experience, but the overall kind of how you feel about it. And so UX is more and more a requirement for anything we're doing in this space.
And I might just add about kind of the mindset of it. So, a lot of people are coming from like UI, UX, from like web design or something like this. And my advice for coming from there is to try, take the things you've learned. Like there are kind of design principles and things that will come in use, but you gotta start thinking in 3D again, or 3D. And so you're actually, you actually want to look at the real world more, like you want to, if you're doing like an event or something, you're creating a virtual world. It's going to be like an event, like a gathering of a bunch of people and stuff like that. It's like, you might want to look at like wedding planning or something, like look at event planning in the real world, and see what kind of things happen there, like what they do to make that successful, because that's more like it than it is a web, experience. But beyond that, you need to also kind of think about what else can you do with it, because it's more than just reality, and it's more than just digital. It's like what you can do with these things combined. So, but I think the big thing is to just start trying to think in 3D, because it's a different way of thinking about things.
Yeah, agreed. Anything you wanted to add, Mondae?
Yeah, I was just going to add, as somebody who, I do a lot of weekend projects. So I guess my mindset is like, I see a new skill online, and me and my developer brain is like, I want to use that. I want to create something. And so a lot of times, like, UX are the people that keep me rooted in reality, because as a developer, I always want to push my project to like the limit and do this new technique and this new whatever. And kind of going back to what Jeremy says, like UX almost makes sure that the user is speaking the language that makes sense to the game. And if not, everybody wants repeatability in their project, their training simulation. Like, you don't want people, to Paul's point, to put it on for 30 seconds and get sick, but it's supposed to be a 10-minute simulation. So as we develop, and you have your development team and you have your management team, UX is like just another critical component to make sure that, like, as we're doing it, keep in mind that you're wearing a headset that comes out to here. So if we have a whole bunch of, I think Mo made the point, if we have a whole bunch of like UI elements that are right here, or if we have a watch on and you constantly have to pull it up like that, like, is somebody going to smack themselves in their head? Is it going to be comfortable? Is it going to be ergonomically correct? So I think keeping those things in mind, and then going into Jeremy's point, like, I will openly say, and I've said it multiple times, like, I suck at design. So I avoid like any 3D modeling, any like color palette. It needs to feel good stuff. Like, I am all about, like, the job is to make it function. How can I make it function? Like, we can make it comfortable later, but I don't want to be the one to make it comfortable.
Right.
So I put in the chat too, like, I'm always looking for a good UX designer. And I think, to your point, Steph, that you made too, like, linking up with the right people and just getting involved in projects at different phases is always a good step as well.
Totally. Great question, Rachel. Thank you for asking that. lots of resources you can check out on the CircuitStream website. But sorry, Jeff, was there something you wanted
Yeah,
to
I'm just
add
going to
there?
riff a little bit on what Mondae was saying there.
Of course.
To me, it's not you start one thing and then you start the next. It's not like I do developer, then I pretty it up afterwards. UX actually, in some cases, starts before anything goes on in terms of development, and it should continue all the way through the development process. It shouldn't be a, they do it, they hand it off, and now it's their job to develop it, and they come. That just creates chaos, and it ultimately delays everything, and you don't get what you want out of the end of it. It needs to be an integrated way, and to me, one of the big things that any UX or UI designer needs to learn is how to work with development teams, how to actually understand what the needs are of the development teams from the perspective of what's realistic, what can and can't be done, what's harder to do and easier to do. Those are kind of critical skills. And the reverse, the developers need to understand the the UX and UI designers' perspectives as well, and how they're looking at it and how they work with it. And that integration between those two is the critical element to building things that really are groundbreaking and provide that experience that goes beyond the classical, I love it, but I hate it. It works, it does my job, but I really hate using it. We don't want to do that anymore.
Right, totally agree. They work in parallel. We do have this. We have the double diamond process structure that we kind of repurposed into XR, where it was like the design, development, and how they both play together. But no, you guys all got it nail on the head. So thank you for sharing that there. And great question, Rachel. Thank you for posing that. Great discussion with that. We've got one from Jacob. And again, gentlemen, feel free to hop in whenever you'd like. And Jacob's asking quickly, how important is market research when you're developing something in XR?
For what you're developing, market research is critical.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the number one failure for most organizations when they start out, particularly in early stage startups, is they don't do their market research. They think this is cool, or this is a problem I have, or it's a problem I've heard about and I want to solve it, and they don't bother to figure out whether anybody else cares about it or whether anybody else would pay to have that thing solved. So if you don't do market research, you're likely setting yourself up for not being successful at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'd agree as well. Anyone else want to add anything to that? To Jeff's point there.
I was just gonna throw in, so from working with different types of businesses on business strategy, like everything that Jeff said is 100%. I think a lot of times they get caught up in in your head, if you've never heard about it before, you assume it's a cool new thing that nobody has seen before. But 9 times out of 10, if you've thought about it, it's just like a rule of thumb that 5 other people have thought about it. And then you have to get into the whole, there are so many, especially for applications, the term "there's an app for that" is so true. So now you're competing with the free app version of something that you've poured hours of your heart and soul into, and then you go onto the app store or whatever, and there's a free version of it. So doing market research, one, you understand where you're going to fit in the market, and then what type of market are you fitting into? Is it a successful market? Is it a failing market? If everything in your market is free and you don't want to be in that free bubble, refine and change things, but then also use it as your strategy development, using your market research. What is the market currently showing? What are people doing in that market, and how can my tool, my app, my learning simulation break that market and be the different thing or bridge between two? I always say if you can touch 3 different markets with one solution, that's the way to go. Try to get as much market penetration as you can and diversify your market penetration if you can.
I like it. No, thank you, Mondae. That's a really interesting. I've never heard of that one before. If you can penetrate 3 markets, go with it. Okay, I like it. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. Still a lot of questions here, so hopefully we can get through them all. And please do let me know if you have to run, for those of you who are on the panel here, feel free to hop off. If you can stick around for a few minutes, great, but totally understand everyone's got busy schedules. So next one I would like to bring up, this one's from Austin. And Austin's asking, can you guys talk about how VR will impact the education system? What kind of educational applications are currently being developed? So open it up to the panel. Any insights there for Austin to share?
I'll just mention one aspect is just kind of the because we saw a lot of homeschooling, of course, in the last few years,
Right. Yeah.
and some of these homeschooling aspects, VR aside, opened up a lot of curriculum that were not available in the brick and mortar schools, and so I think that holds true, and then expand that to just all the XR concepts we've been talking about now. Just as one point, I think it's going to open up a different variety of education. And I can speak to this from experience. My son, being in China, was able to take, classes in the US. So, and seeing 3D architectures and things like that from across the world, just, I don't know, I guess I'm kind of stating the obvious. It just broadens it, but it broadens it so exponentially in so many different ways. So that's just a bit of an obvious impact, but it is a huge one.
Mm-hmm.
There's lots of research that shows that if you compare a classic classroom type experience with an experiential experience in virtual reality, the comprehension and the retention rates are massively higher in virtual reality than they are in a classroom setting, as an example. So that is something that the educational environments are recognizing. I had a meeting just 3 weeks ago with the local university here, with the engineering school, where they're looking at how can we bring this into our curriculum writ broad? How can we leverage these technologies to really support, both the undergraduate education experience as well as the research and graduate experience that goes on within these universities. So we're certainly seeing those kind of things happen. Coming back to something that Jeremy said, though, one of the really interesting advantages of using XR and VR in particular within training is that you can create scenarios that would be dangerous for anybody to be in real life. And you think about that from the perspective that, let's say oil and gas pipeline type stuff, as we work in the energy industry here, some of our stuff. You don't want to create a pipeline spill as a test environment that people learn from.
Right.
Doesn't really go over well in a lot of different ways, right? But you can do that in virtual reality, and you can reflect on, okay, how did you react? Did you react in a way that actually contained that spill more rapidly and reduce the environmental impact? Mm-hmm. Or did you react the wrong way, in which case you actually extend the damage that was caused by this? But you can do that in a way that totally has no environmental impact from the perspective of an oil spill. And it enables people to then be better at reacting to it if they ever do encounter that in real life. That kind of capability is something that virtual reality provides, which really enables you to do things that, again, a classic classroom or a tabletop exercise, which is the ways that a lot of these things are done right now, just doesn't enable you to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to approach this from two different angles. So there's the there's sort of the corporate training type stuff, education, and then there's, public education. On the corporate side, there's all sorts of trainings that people go through for all different industries and all different types of things that they have to learn. One thing that Accenture, and that I'm pretty sure this is at least public enough for me to talk about it like this, but we worked with a gas and electric company that in California that's is really trying to up their game on wildfire prevention and everything with all the fires and stuff that are going on. So one of the applications we've developed was for journeyman linemen to learn learn how to spot infractions, things that are wrong with like power lines and things like that. So they use drones and things like that to get these like kind of backcountry power lines and take a look at them from different angles and things like that. But we built these telephone poles that have all these different things that are wrong with them, and it's randomized each time they run the simulation or the experience, and they have to kind of tag it with like what's wrong with it, what do they need to do with it, things like that, and then they're scored on it. Mm-hmm. And it's been going really well. And so like I think there's a lot of that going on with different companies, and there's just tons and tons of ways that you can teach all the different types of things that you can teach. There's processes that are unique to certain companies and other ones that are, you know, more broad, but there's just kind of endless things. I think one thing like in the public realm and in the corporate realm is like being able to gamify things, you know, is very helpful. I mean, I think there's more resistance to that because people think of games and they're like, you know, this is a business. This isn't an arcade, Pac-Man, whatever, you know. But you know, when I think back, some of the things that I've learned most from, you know, like, I don't remember like anything probably from like history class in you know, middle school or elementary or whatever. Like, but I do. Like I have learned a lot of things from playing like civilization games and like even like the old games that I used to play, like the ones that I remember learning from are like Math Blasters or whatever, and like or Oregon Trail and stuff. But there's like games that have like, you know, you can learn real information from. I learned a lot about like economy type stuff from like MMORPGs actually, because there's like
right.
They have their own like economies kind of within them, like, you know, there's these castles taxing towns and those towns are taxing, and like just like all this, and you have to like get the resources from here. And anyways, I like learned a lot from things like that, and I don't remember anything from class, but but like in VR you can really just kind of fine tune what you want to teach, and people won't even realize they're learning. You know, they're going to be having fun, and then when they're done having fun, they're going to be like, oh, I can pass the SATs, you know, or whatever, you know. They won't feel like they never even took a class, you know. I think that's kind of a cool aspect is like people, it doesn't have to be this like, all right, sit quietly, do your homework and, you know, whatever. It's like you can just like have fun and socialize while you're doing it, and at the end of it you're going to know a bunch of stuff that you didn't know before.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, just real quickly, to add the collaboration aspect, especially the mixed reality. One of the apps I wrote, Cash being online reminded me of it actually. Data visualization, so it's these graph models, and it was a collaborative app. So you're showing someone this graph model, or it could be whatever, you know, the human heart, you know, whatever it may be. One person manipulates it a certain way. Oh, I see what you did there. I can manipulate it as well. And that back and forth, like Jeremy says, it's kind of like this natural learning thing, and you're just toying with it, hands-on, you know, literally hands-on to the things. Collaboration in education. In education, I think is big.
Perfect. No, thank you, gentlemen, for sharing that. And want to ask you, we are at the bottom of the hour. Would you call it bottom of the hour if it's 2:30 p.m. Pacific time, or what would that be, Eastern? 5:30 Eastern. But either way, how are you guys looking on time? There's two questions I want to get through, but if we're all tight on time, no worries at all. I'll take down the questions and I'll be sure to reach back out to the folks there. How are you guys looking on time there?
I have time.
Yeah, I can hang out.
Perfect. And Jeremy, I
spare,
know you got a busy schedule.
Spare a minute.
Awesome. Cool. So let's see this one. You know, I'll throw up this question here. If you've got a minute, Jeremy, I'll let you answer first in that case, if you'd like. Question here was, what in your eyes are XR's biggest hurdles as it establishes itself as a new medium, and how can new developers help address those changes?
Well, just one of them that's sort of a reiteration of what we were talking about before. I think UX is super important, because one of the biggest hurdles is just getting, you know, it's fairly smooth getting like a gamer into VR to try out a new experience. They're like, okay, I get it, you know, and they kind of know how to explore and know how to, like, you know, even if they don't know something, they'll try things out. They're not like afraid to fail. But there's a lot of people that, you know, they don't do that. They're not experienced with that. So they come in there and they're kind of like, you know, a lot of emotions probably. They're like, I don't know what this is. They're like, I don't want to look like an idiot because I'm the last one to figure out how to walk or whatever, you know. And there's a million different emotions going on with some people, and maybe some people are feeling a little sick, or they're worried about getting sick, or like, there's all these things. So the more you can make them feel comfortable and kind of teach them how to use this software like in a natural way, and without like, hopefully without as much intervention as you can, because you don't necessarily want to always have somebody standing there helping every single person. So if you can design the application, especially if something's going on a public store or something, like, and it's like, here, run with it, you need like a really good tutorial to kind of get people going with it. So anyways, one of the biggest hurdles is just getting people to actually put that headset on at first, and then once they get in, getting them to continue and not like have any other kind of technical issues or discomforts, and then just making sure that you're guiding all levels of experience through a world. Like, I think it's good if you can kind of like layer things, have some advanced things and some beginner things, but you need sort of a path for beginners to be able to get through.
Totally agree. Thank you, Jeremy, and appreciate your time here today. If you do need to hop off, feel free, but thank you so much for joining us here today, providing your insights. I found them super valuable, and I know a lot of people here have commented in appreciation of the answers there.
Thank you. Yeah, it was great being here.
And I'll throw up one more question here. Just so I don't take too much of your guys' time here who have joined us today. This one's from Siu. Siu, great seeing you. Siu's asking, what are some promising XR applications in architectural design besides basic 3D visualization? Anyone able to touch up on that there?
Sure, yeah. I mean, basic 3D visualization is the starting point for anything. It's in no way is that revolutionizing any longer. That was something that was interesting a few years ago, but now it's just table stakes for anything you're doing. Anything that's providing value has to go well beyond just 3D visualization, essentially. As an example, we had kind of earlier talked about the stuff we're doing in the architecture design space.
Right.
We're focused on the engineering side of that, so we're looking at it from the perspective of how do you actually improve the overall design process, from the concept phase through to, okay, we've done our multi-level design reviews, we've now got a completed design that we can turn over to construction phase, there's a fabrication phase in between before you get to construction. But the idea, right, is that these are different phases of the lifetime of a facility. What Paul was talking about with regards to construction phase, where you're using this to actually keep track of things as they're being built. And so you can then actually go through the whole timeline. You can use that for extension to say, okay, this is the progress we're making. How long is it going to take to get this part of it completed? That's the construction phase. In the design phase, we're looking at how do you manage multiple different design reviews and multiple different people who may not be physically co-located in the same place. And so you've now got a collaboration environment, and these are asynchronous as well. Sometimes you don't have them at the same time, so you have to enable all sorts of other capabilities for flowing information through the design process. You then have traceability. So because we can do this all in XR, because I can track everybody's individual experience within that environment, I know what they did or didn't see while they were going through it. I can now say, you missed this. Here's an area you're supposed to review. You didn't actually look at it. Or you did look at all this, you proved all this, and later on you said, well, I never saw it. Well, we can actually go back and say that, yes, you did actually see it. And so, sorry, you do have to sign off on that because you actually saw it and you proved it, right? So there's all these kind of things we can do that are really enabling process flow, where the 3D visualization is just the environment you're working within. It's not the focus in that sense, right? It's the process that you're enabling to occur by using these 3D environments that's really the critical aspect and the value add for this.
Completely agree.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was said. What he said. Yeah, it's so true. I mean, and those dependencies in construction. I'm learning a lot about construction, BIMs and all that in the last few months. And that one, part did not come in the day you wanted. It came in the next day. The rippling effect. And then also we've been introducing like AI ML into that. So you build this architecture, from these past patterns, you can apply that to your architecture and see what's going to work, right down to functionally congested areas. Like he didn't say loitering, but they have the tracking, the tracking on the helmets of these construction guys. So they, like exactly as he said, I know you were in that area and you saw this, and I know 5 people were stuck in that area, all these different aspects. Yeah, so it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and one thing I would add to this, and this kind of comes back to the previous question, right, is that in construction, take the construction world as an example, right? It's very silent. You've got what happens in the early architecture. You've got what happens in engineering design. You've got what happens in fabrication, and then construction, and then you've got the commissioning of the structure, and then you've got the actual operation and stuff. Each one of these are very siloed right now, and I think one of the big opportunities is, maybe Paul and you and I need to talk about this, is actually how do you connect these things together, right? How do you make sure that you don't end up with data discontinuities between these various stages of the process flow? Because those create error opportunities, and those errors ultimately result in part of why we focused on engineering is that somewhere between 5 to 30% of the cost of a construction project is rework.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of that comes out of design errors that are not noticed until you're in construction. You realize, I'm going to hit my head on that every time I go by, or I can't reach the thing that I need to reach as part of my daily job. Those things are obvious when you do it within XR in the design phase, and particularly in augmented reality, more so than virtual reality, where I can use my physical body to try and reach that thing, and I can see my hands are not long enough, my arms are not long enough, so that capability is there. But if you don't flow that well down the path so that you actually make sure that that data continues to go down it, you end up with additional points where errors can creep in, and that ultimately ends up in safety issues, cost issues, construction issues, all these kind of things that ripple throughout the project.
Exactly.
Gentlemen, that was amazing. Thank you all so much for your time here today. There's still so many questions that we just don't have the time to get through. So I'm going to take note of all these questions here. We'll be sure to get back to you with some answers. But to Jeremy, who already signed off, Jeremy, if you're watching the recording later on, thank you very much for joining us and for sharing your insights. Jeff, Paul, Mondae, thank you, all 3 of you, so much for joining us here today. Some wonderful discussions we had with great questions from the audience, and from myself, I learned so much from you experts here today, and really couldn't have done it without you all. So thank you very much for joining us on this industry talk.
You're welcome.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, I will say one thing is that there are associations like the VRA associations and so on. These are the ways to continue to engage and to continue to learn and to grow with this stuff. So as new learners in this area, connect and join those kind of organizations because they will help you down that path.
Agreed. But with that, Jeff, Paul, thank you so much. Mondae, was there anything that you wanted to highlight before we wrap up the stream here?
So nothing to highlight. There was one. So for anybody, there was a question in here about building your project portfolio that I did just want to say. I was new, not so long ago. I would say if anybody's like at the beginning of building their portfolio, focus on small achievable projects that you can see to completion, but then focus on different tasks each time. So, maybe have one about XR interaction toolkit and one about socket interactions, and then another one just focused on like UX design. But get a portfolio of like small things that show what you can do. Don't seek perfection, shoot for that 80% and then say like it's good enough. And stay visible. Like, don't be afraid to post stuff on your social media, ping people if they have a job title that you're interested in to see how they got there. Because it's really, I would say it worked for me. I'm the walking proof that it works. And also it's just, challenging yourself is just going to be overall beneficial to your own success. But no, thanks again. It was great connecting with everybody. I definitely feel like a goldfish in a sea of like massive like whales, but I was very, very honored to be part of the panel.
Well, thank you all again, and thank you, Mondae. Thank you for everyone who's tuned in on all the different channels we were streaming this from. And once again, Paul, Jeff, Mondae, and Jeremy, really, it was a pleasure and an absolute honor to have you guys here today. So thank you very much for wrapping things up here for the demo day. For the alumni who had presented, join us at the VIP cocktail hour kicking off in about 15 minutes or so. And to the panel, I mean, if you'd like to join, you're more than welcome to, but no need at all. Thanks again, everyone. Wishing you all the best. Hope to catch you on another demo day here soon. And again, Mondae, Paul, Jeff, Jeremy, thank you for your time.
Awesome. Thank you as well.
Thank you. Pleasure, Steph.
Take care.